O Show. This is the Big 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 O Show.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CFs, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys?
Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmith. In South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty, there we go. I was trying to make it work without the mic being on. That really does not work out that way. I just want you all to know that, just in case if you ever try it, it's not going to respond. You got to kind of have that mic on. So that kind of is the way it works. You know what I mean? Anyway, welcome aboard on a beautiful Tuesday as we've got, let's see, Dolphins rookies reporting, inching closer and closer and closer to the season. Yeah. And we've got, of course, Inter Miami in action tonight against my other favorite team in the world, which is Barcelona. So I'm just so you all will know, obviously Inter Miami, my first and my first love, right? Because anything local, it's going to be my first love, just like the boys in Himmershey and Miami FC and Miami Beach also, you know. So I love all of our local soccer teams, okay? So they're number one, right? Led by Inter. And then, of course, Barcelona and Arsenal outside of the world of, you know, the MLS. Those are my two teams. Okay. So just so you'll know, that's the deal. So I'm actually, it's pretty cool to see Barcelona. I mean, it's a friendly, so, you know, it's not like, I know how friendlies go. They don't really play all their regulars for a lot or at all or anything like that. And I'm sure that that Inter is not going to play most of their regulars a lot or at all, because they've got a huge game against New York City on Saturday, which is really, I know most of you aren't into this, so I get it, but it's a great day today, man. We got Dolphins rookies reporting, and we've got, of course, Inter Miami in action. We've got the MLB All-Star game, one of the few games that I actually watch when it comes to All-Star games. No, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. It's the only All-Star game that I watch because I don't care about any of the other ones. As much as I'm a football guy, I can't stand the effing Pro Bowl. It is, I have nothing. I don't care. Don't care. You know what I mean? I didn't watch the home run derby yesterday. Don't care. You know, there's just things that they don't interest me. I'd rather go watch television with the wife and watch any other silliness that we can. Which, by the way, yesterday I was watching the Carol Burnett show with my wife. And you always wonder about all these shows, whether they carry. I just want you to know, that show carries. I was laughing my ass off yesterday. We watched 2 episodes and we laughed our asses off in those episodes. Still funny, which I was wondering if it would still be funny. And it was still freaking funny. So if you have a chance of setting it up on your DVR, Carol Burnett, do it, man, because it still holds up, which I was just so absolutely blown away that it still holds up, because there's some things that you end up watching and they don't hold up. That was one of them. So instead of watching the baseball all-star game, I mean the home run derby, I was watching a little Carol Burnett last night also. So yeah, how about that? Which again, I'm blown away how much it still actually carries, man. It's truly amazing. Anyway, so we got a lot of things to talk about on the show. I'm still amazed that the market has exploded. The stock market went backwards, and the crypto market has been going forward, which is just absolutely blown me away. Never saw that going. Brooklyn Rob comes in and says, "Crypto, bro." Yeah, I just have it just doesn't make any sense, Brooklyn Rob. It just doesn't at all. It seems like a fake pump. There's really nothing positive going on in the economy anywhere in the world. So it's just hard for me, unless we're talking about that the folks in Sri Lanka, they smartened up and whatever monies they have, they're putting it into Bitcoin instead of obviously, into their own currency, that kind of stuff. But I outside of that, I can't figure out why everything is pumping. I understand why Polygon is pumping because of the Disney deal and everything that they're doing. So that kind of makes sense. Man, it shot up. Any of us that bought the dip into the 50s, and I'm talking about cents, and it shot up to almost $1. You're pretty happy right now, especially you rich people that can buy a ton and then turn it around, almost double your money quickly if you feel like it. And dump it if you want to. So crazy stuff. Anyway, I see Jamie Zorrilla is first in from San Jose in our roll call. Steve Chapman is in. Scott Primus is in. Gus 1388. Ian from Brooklyn. Ragin is in. Nelson. Nyborg. Steven Gonzalez, Robert Rosario, Omar Lopez, Kyle Cockrell, Jose Lucas. Who else? 6193, Big Dan 305, Jonathan Jensen, Mama's Family, exactly. Let's see. Carl Burnett is still hysterical even after 50 years. It is. It's crazy how it was still hilarious. I cried last night in one of the scenes. It's still freaking funny. And my wife also pointed something out that while they're acting, like you watch Saturday Night Live and you could clearly see them reading the cue cards, right? Carol Burnett, you could tell that they learned their lines. They're not even reading the cue cards. It's but it was, again, blown away at how funny it still is. Hysterical, as you say, Raging. Rosendo is in. Let's see. What else do we have? I've seen all of that, Rosendo. I mean, I'm just rewatching just for the hell of it. And, it's just one of those things. Jonathan Cagle, Stephen Allen, Heat Fins, Jesse M., Ayala's Obstacles, says Paul in Connecticut. Love you. Oh, thank you. Andrew Moore, ready for some football. We all are, my brother. We all are. We're all dying for football to start and get this thing going. And, it's one of those, man. It's like building up inside of us all. We're waiting for the Heat to try to see if they can make the move for Durant. The Marlins are trying to finish off the baseball season, see if they can be at least 500. I doubt they're going to the playoffs. Panthers are struggling here in the offseason to improve. They don't have a lot of resources. It feels like at times where the Heat have been in the past with no resources sometimes. There's a lot of little things going on. Inter Miami trying to see if they can earn a playoff spot, which would be phenomenal, especially after the trade for Pozuelo. We got all these other things going on, but man, we are waiting for Dolphins and Canes season in a bad, bad way. We're excited about all the Dolphin moves. And when it comes to the Canes, I think a lot of us love what Cristobal has done. It's unfair to expect him to be a championship contender or anything like that. But as I said before, this is the last year of the divisions, and they did win it once. But this is the way you've got to close out these divisions. If you're Mario Cristobal, win the damn Coastal. Do what other coaches were supposed to do on a consistent basis. Win that damn division, because you should be better than everybody in that conference. You're the University of Miami. Actually, you should be better than Clemson and better than Florida State. That's the way I look at you. That's the way you're supposed to be. Obviously, you have not been anything close to Clemson, but it's time for you to start making your way back to that stage and take over and become the number one dog in the ACC, and then be the hound that goes in there to the SEC and says, nah, you guys ain't shit. That's what you got to get back to. So that's what we're excited about. We're excited about what Mario is building, what Chris Grier and Mike McDaniel have done this offseason. It just looks like a complete transformation, and so now we've just got to get to the field. All right, let's see if Mario Cristobal's staff is the difference. See if the recruiting has been the difference. See if what Chris Grier put together in the offseason and what Mike McDaniel's staff has put together, are they the difference makers? That's what this is all about. This is why we're all just like it's brewing like a pressure cooker of excitement. It's good pressure. That's the thing about all of this. This is good pressure. This is fun pressure that we're expecting. We're hoping, because we're not really expecting titles from each of them, because realistically, we know they shouldn't be at that stage right now. But what we are excited for is improvement. Win the Coastal. Put yourself in a position to challenge Clemson, who will be the other team, for the ACC title. If you're the Dolphins, get the double-digit wins. Get in the playoffs. That's the exciting part. We're not really asking for a title. The Heat, they have the much bigger plan than anybody else in town, because they can get to the playoffs. That's normal for them, not for the Canes and not for the Dolphins. But for the Heat, it's not just about getting to the playoffs. It's about us spoiled bastards demanding them to get to the finals and possibly win it. So if you think the pressure is on the Canes and the Dolphins, Pat Riley, the Godfather's got a hell of a lot more pressure right now, because his goals are way higher than these other guys right now. Because Mario, I'm sure, wants to win a national title, but there's no way in hell he has a team to win a national title right now. I'm sure Mike McDaniel wants to win a Super Bowl, but there's no way in hell he has a Super Bowl team at this moment, right? So now they got to prove to us that they can win, and who knows, maybe even go farther and maybe even surprise the hell out of us and get to the big game. Who knows? But this is the fun part. This is fun pressure, because it's exciting. Because if they win the Coastal, then you start to feel like you got the right coach, you got the right staff, they're recruiting the right players. If they get to the playoffs as the Dolphins and the offense is clicking, now you feel like you got the right coach and the right quarterback and the right front office. And now you can feel like, okay, we can move forward. And now we can hopefully have bigger aspirations. It's the fun part about all of this. This is good pressure. Good pressure for the Miami Dolphins. Good pressure for the Miami Hurricanes. Exciting times for the fan base. It's awesome. I love it. If you want to get in on the program, it's really simple. 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. 1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. Let's see what else. Somebody says prime deal Sanders to donate to new JSU facility. It's very nice. By the way, Prime looks good. He was on an interview the other day with a cowboy hat. Although Prime, dude, straighten out the hat, like put it the right way there. He had a little twisted, a little side, caps you can twist a little, not cowboy hats. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Okay, we don't want to do that. RVA Richmond, Peterson, Philadelphia, now in Jacksonville. Someone sends me in. RVA, thank you, sir. Brewster's Millions, movie of the day. Okay. Some of you out there, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with some of you out there, to be honest. Big O in the morning. Let's go, says John Padilla. Thank you, sir. Ragin says Carol Burnett, Harvey Korman, and Tim Conway used to make bets to see who could make the others laugh first and forget their lines. Yep. And Harvey Korman lost that fight. Harvey Korman must owe them money. Okay? Because if there's one thing I remember, Harvey Korman's the one that lost it more than anybody else. Carol and Tim could keep their composure a lot better than Harvey. Harvey was terrible. And I saw him yesterday too, Neil says, greetings, Big O. We've got Florida weather here in sunny UK, 40C. Nice. Good for you. Good for you. Except you don't want the freaking humidity we have. That you don't want. Bentley says Dolphins is the talk of the whole league, and it's freaking awesome. Sometimes ESPN can get a little crazy, but it's still headlines. Yeah, but it's all about just, it's all trolling stuff, what they do. It's not really praise. It's not really giving them credit for what they've been able to accomplish this offseason. I don't think they talk about the vibe in that building and what Mike McDaniel has done and how players feel about it. All they talk about on ESPN is, Tua's got to, this is his make or break year. All the pressures on Tua. It's some type of spin like that every other day. Does he have the arm? Is he tall enough? Every day it's something different. Right? Does he shower enough to be a championship, quarterback? I don't know. Is his hair too long? Let's study Tua's hair today. It's just something stupid every single day. So they talk about him, but it's not the kind of talk that, quite frankly, I'm really interested in. It's more like click, thanks, but no thanks. So that's all it is. It's just trolling shit is what they do. I'm not really satisfied with that, to be quite honest with you. Jay Gelfin Finn says, not going to lie, I'm still nervous about the Pats game in week 1 because we all know now Belichick always has something up his sleeve, no matter the case. Yeah. But either way, he still struggles against the Dolphins. It's not like it's always a domination of the Dolphins. The Panthers keep signing 1-year deals. That's all they have. They don't have any money. They can't sign any top line guys. I have a hard time believing that you're actually going to be better this year than you were last year. We'll have George Richards on today at 1:00. We got a loaded show for you today. Cameron Wolfe at 10:30. Manny Navarro at 11:30. Oh, I'm sorry. We're gonna also have Anthony Chang at 11. All right. So Cameron Wolfe at 10:30, Anthony Chang at 11, Manny Navarro at 11:30, Omar Kelly at 12:15, and George Richards at 1. So we'll talk to George, and he kind of said the whole time that they didn't have a lot of money and a lot of flexibility. Quite honest. Let's see. Florida humidity is like walking in soup. Exactly. Yes, it's terrible. You shower and then you got to shower again. Neil says, yeah, we got the humidity. We never get the dry heat. Being out there, I will say I sweat less in Vegas than I do here. It's hot. You know what I mean? But it's not like South Florida humidity that, dude, the second you walk out, it's just, and it's just, give me the soap, another shower, let's go. It's what it feels like. So that's the difference. But that west heat, the breathing, it's like there's less air to breathe or something. That's what it feels like over there. It does get hot. It is hot. But man, there's nothing like the humidity is worse. Antonio Ingram says, good morning, Big O from Lodowici or Lodowici, Georgia. I'm not exactly sure how it's, or Lodowiki. I'm not exactly sure how it's pronounced. And I'm hiding in the janitor's closet at work watching your show. All right, Antonio. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Now, don't go drinking any kind of disinfectant or Clorox there, okay? That's not a good thing. Even if some people will tell you it might eliminate COVID. Don't do that now. Anyway, Walter says Rodgers checks all the boxes and has only one ring. And it may not only be his fault. It might be also that he doesn't have enough of a team. That's why he may only have one ring. So Marino having no rings means what, my brother? What are you trying to say, Walter? What are you trying to say? You're trying to take a shot at Rodgers because he only has one ring? Then what's the shot you're taking at Marino because he has no rings? I'd love to hear that explanation, Walter. I'm not exactly sure what Rodgers checks all the boxes and has only one ring. What does that mean? Is that a shot, or are you saying that even the greatest quarterbacks need help? Because that's what I think. Because every quarterback needs help. I don't care what quarterback you are. So I don't know where you're coming from, Walter. Frankie says, Inter Miami with the upset against Barca. Nah, it could happen. They may not take it serious. Could happen. You never know. Anyway, the Bob contract really hurting the Panthers. Well, yeah, that is true. I am surprised that people still watch ESPN. If it weren't for Disney, ESPN would have been chapter 11. But then again, people keep watching things they complain about. Go figure. So, speaking of ESPN, let's do this. When what's it called? When sports and business collide, we like to do something that's called the KSDT Sports Business Report. So we told you yesterday on the KSDT Sports Business Report that ESPN is raising their ESPN Plus rates 43%. It's going from $6.99 a month to $9.99 a month. It'll go from $69.99 a year to $99 a year, correct? Well, not only are they charging you more money for ESPN Plus, but with the recession looming and everything, Walt Disney announced its strongest upfront ever, securing $9 billion in advertising commitments for 22-23 season, Sponsor interest in live sports helped drive Disney's advertising record results across ESPN, ESPN Plus, ABC, and other networks. The addition of more women's sporting events sparked increase in ad volume and pricing, according to the entertainment giant. For the second year in a row, Disney posted double digits in sports volume and pricing. 40% of the upfront dollars committed this year will go to streaming and digital properties such as ESPN Plus, Disney Plus, and Hulu. Big spending categories include sports gaming, financial services, pharmaceuticals, travel, and leisure. Strongest upfront ever heading into the spring. Disney's strategic priorities include sports, entertainment, streaming, multiculturalism, and inclusion. We delivered, says Rita Farrell, president of advertising sales for Disney Media and Entertainment. This marks a historic close to our strongest upfront ever, totaling $9 billion. Okay. ESPN posted its best second quarter viewership in prime time since 2014, driven by live coverage of the NBA and NHL playoffs. Primetime viewership rose 22%, an average of 1.64 million viewers, while viewership of the NBA, NHL, Formula One, WNBA, baseball, college baseball, and lacrosse all rose. So they're raking in the money, and sports is bringing it in. And here's the other thing that I'm wondering, and those of you that are going to listen to the podcast later on, send me an email at bigradioshow@yahoo.com. That's a great way. Or on our chat board, on our Welton Rayom text line, that is 855-912-1056. And the increase in viewership and maybe the interest more in sports overall, even in women's sports, which is really cool. It's exciting to see women get more attention because that's been one that needs a lot of support and it gets none. And it's nice to see that that's going up. Even that is going. But I'm wondering this, okay, because it's kind of a little bit of both. So it's kind of contradicting to a certain extent. People are getting out after being cooped up for a while, right? But are also people staying more at home because of what's going out on the streets now? Can't go to a mall. There's a shooting in malls. Parades, you can't go. There's shooting in parades. I mean, there's violence everywhere nowadays. It's a shame, but you cannot feel safe anymore anywhere you go for any kind of an event that you're going to. You've got to be at all times awake about what's going, or woke, to use the term, about what the hell is around you, right? Your surroundings and everything. So I'm wondering, because I was actually having this conversation with somebody 2 days ago about how I think more people than ever are trying to make their homes a little bit more of an oasis in a way. And they're trying to find more things to put in their homes so they can kind of stay at home and kind of stay away from the streets. And I'm almost getting that impression. And I'm wondering, if you start getting more people at home, is that also assisting in the viewership? F1 is something that wasn't really prevalent in our country. It is now. International soccer, it wasn't prevalent in our country. And boy, over the last few years, it's become monstrous in our country. You know, I'm just saying it. And then obviously post-pandemic and violence that's gone on. And because the more people I talk to, the more people are kind of happy being home in a way. Like they're all right with, you know what? It's Friday night. I don't really need to go out. We'll cook some steaks out in the backyard. We'll have some fun, this, that. You know, we'll invite a couple friends over, have some drinks, BS, and call it a night. And have a nice quiet night with our family or friends. And it just kind of seems like that. And I wonder if that's also helped out in viewership when it comes, you know, to some sports, not all sports, because we'll definitely talk about that. Not every sport is thriving. That is your KSDT CPA Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
You know, Ragin does bring up a good point. Paige Spiranac is doing her part to bring more attention to women's sports. Lord knows I can watch some women's golf with Paige. Seriously. Hey, do we have a women's golf tournament down here, by the way? Because I just want to be in the Paige Spiranac gallery. That's all. I would imagine that the gallery for Paige Spiranac is like it's just like an entire city just walking around following her, and then all the other ladies have 10 or 15 people following them or something. She's got to be the Tiger Woods of golf, right? I mean, and it's all men, I would imagine, right? All the men that went to that female golf tournament, they're all in the Paige Spiranac, gallery. I would imagine, phone numbers being thrown all over the place. That woman should have them lining up for miles and turning them all down at that point. Oh, Lordy. All right. Daryl says ESPN has the college football package and exclusive rights to the SEC in the future. They will be fine. Oh, yeah. No, of course. That's kind of the idea. That's the power that's going on now, right? It's grabbing these properties. That's why Apple said, no, yeah, we're going to get the NFL ticket. Yeah, we're going to do that. And it's all these platforms, you have to have content. You have to lock down content. If you don't lock down content, it will hurt you, And so that's kind of the trick for platforms. Lock down content. As if Disney needs more money. Yeah, well, the mouse gets fed a lot, baby. A lot. Let's see. I mean, I'm watching La Copa America for women's soccer, and it's not bad. Women's soccer is fun to watch, dude. I enjoy watching women's soccer. Let's see. John Rouse says, how do you feel like Leah Thomas, Woman of the Year? Who is I don't know who Leah Thomas is, Woman of the Year. I have no idea what you're talking about, John. I have no idea what that is. Let's see. I have discovered a new interest in golf. Of course. I mean, why wouldn't you? Anybody would, if you see Paige, how can you not have an interest in golf? That's one of those things that just it should be automatic. How do you not have, I'm telling you this, I've got to do this one day. I've got to go to a women's golf tournament. And then what I've got to do is just, lead the gallery for Paige Spiranac. And if I can do that, then I think that would be a win-win situation. That's all. A Paige Spiranac gallery right there. You know what we'll do? Cameron Wolfe is ready to go with our KSDT CPA Sports Miami Dolphins report. So we'll ask him if he's a Paige Spiranac fan there next. We'll get him in trouble right here on the Big O Radio Show.
We unleash the Wolf Pack. As we get the latest in the NFL and the Miami Dolphins with our KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL Network insider Cameron Wolfe. KSDT is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370. Here's NFL insider Cameron Wolfe.
All right, Cam. How you doing, man? You doing all right?
I'm good, man. How you feeling?
Very good. Can't complain. Apparently, women's sports are up across the board. And I'm just wondering, do you watch golf and Paige Spiranac?
I watch golf. I have never heard of Paige. I can see why there is an extreme interest in upticking based off the video you have on the screen.
Well, this is July 4th video where she's showing you how to eat the different hot dogs. Here, she's taking the challenge of 2 hot dogs at a time. You know, these are gifts of the good Lord here. You know, I'm just saying. And so, you know, and the side hot dog eating, you know, so she's, you know, and this is how you dress, by the way, on July 4th to eat hot dogs. I just want you to know.
So does anybody know if she's a good golfer?
Does it really matter? Seriously. Like, really? Is that why you would follow her on the galley? I mean, you know, it just
so that's probably not why she would get most of her interest. But if she's a good golfer, then
she actually is a good golfer. She actually is a good golfer. I don't know. Sean, get me her ranking. What's her ranking in women's golf? I mean, number 1 in my eyes. I mean, you know. For sure.
So is she new to the golf scene, or has she been around?
No. She's been around, dude. She's been around for a few years.
I follow golf, but I guess I don't follow women's golf very closely.
Right. Most people don't follow women's golf because if you follow women's golf, you've got to know Paige Spiranac. I mean,
right. I think Michelle Wee is the only golfer that I think I remember from the women's scale, but I don't think she's been golfing for a while.
Yeah. You definitely do not follow women's golf.
You guys having fun this morning, I see.
We try to have fun every single day here, you know, on the show.
That's the way to do it,
man.
That's the way to do it.
Gotta have a little fun. We'll get a ranking. Sean will find her rankings in women's golf. You know, the rookies are reporting, and I find it interesting how sometimes we're quick to write off the rookies and say, well, you know, because, you know, the first pick was in the 3rd round and this and that. And yet we kind of forget that, you know, Nick Needham came off the street and was contributing, and guys do end up contributing as really young players at times. You will find diamonds in the rough. And I find that kind of funny that by now people will dismiss young guys and not give them an opportunity when time and time again, you know, Brandon Jones will shock you and say, yeah, I can contribute a little bit when I'm young. I can help you out. And it happens all the time in football. So for people to think that Tyndall is a guy that's not going to help you, I disagree. There could be a chance. And Ezukama is a guy that I think will be a specifically used player. So he's not going to have to know the entire playbook. I was thinking about this. Skylar Thompson, I know he's not in the big picture, but here's what you want to find out. Can he play? Is there something there to develop? Because if there is, you're now developing a trade chip for down the line at the same time, or a future backup quarterback, because you're going to lose Teddy Bridgewater in a year because Teddy's only here for a year. I would imagine he's going to move on, you know, after this. Zaquandre White, I was thinking about this. Well, you got a lot of backs, but some of them have some injury history. Well, guess what? This kid might prove to be some kind of depth for you. So there are reasons to look at some of these young guys, and some of these young guys may end up surprising you.
Yeah, no, I think you look at, and like you said, the third round pick is an interesting spot because the way I look at it, first round picks, you expect them to be a significant contributor. Your second round picks, you hope they're significant contributors. Your third and fourth round pick, you hope they are contributors. And so they can exceed expectations and be significant contributors, or they could be nothing. But yeah, like you mentioned, Brandon Jones is an example of a player who became a significant contributor as a rookie. And particularly Tyndall can definitely be that. Like I talked about it yesterday on NFL Network.
And to add on this is linebackers, bro.
Yeah, yeah,
Linebackers aren't really normally even taken in the first round,
right,
actually.
right. It's
You've got
it's
to
a
be
lower
like a
value
freak
position.
of all freak. And so there's
Exactly.
tons of linebackers that start, help, contribute, impact, whatever you want in the third, fourth, and fifth rounds.
Right. And if you look back in the draft, I don't have it the list up in front of me, but I bet that he was probably maybe the sixth or seventh backer taken in that draft. So
Right.
he was a
Right.
relatively high ranked backer. Like there were seven, I think, receivers taken in the first round. So he was
Right.
the sixth or seventh best at his position, and he was taken at the end of the third round.
That's my
And
point.
I talked about this yesterday on Network, but especially in this current league, you can have players in specialized roles. So third round pick probably means that something in his game needs some work, right? He's probably not a complete player at this point. That's fine. As a rookie, you can use him in roles that he excels in. And so his speed is a
By the way,
difference maker.
Brandon Jones.
Exactly. So,
They blitzed
like you
him,
said,
used him in the run, but they
right,
didn't want to put him as much in coverage. So
exactly.
they
And that's
they,
why
they
he went
kept
into
him
the
closer to the line of scrimmage. Yeah.
That's a great point on Brandon Jones. The reason why he wasn't a first round pick is because there's questions about his coverage. And in this league, safeties have to cover, right? So he becomes a third round pick. You don't worry about what he can't do. You say, okay, we're going to specialize him as a box safety. He's going to come down. And if he grows into a complete coverage player, great. But we're going to continue to excel with him in this role. I think it'd be the same way for Tyndall. He's not a complete say. He's not going to be a guy who gets you 120 tackles inside the box, which is why I don't think he'll be a starting inside linebacker at this point in his career. Maybe year 2, year 3, he develops into that role. But year 1, you got a Josh Allen in your division. You play him 2 times a year. He's been kryptonite for this team. Why not use him as a spy, a guy who can blitz off the edge, a guy who can run sideline to sideline to cover some of these crossing routes that you've had trouble with in year to year, and use him in that specialized role. Start him off with a 10 to 15 play package. If he continues to grow, maybe that grows into 20 plays. Maybe it grows into 30 plays. And by the end of the season, maybe he's playing more than half of your defensive snaps in the game. But I think that's how you use a player like Tyndall, and you can get success there. So a lot of it's based on him. He's got to come out and prove that he's worthy of that role. But I can certainly see him becoming a significant contributor, even if he's not a starter in this defense as a rookie. And the one thing I thought this Dolphins defense has been missing, and it's been a really good defense for a while, is speed. They need speed on all levels. And if there's one thing this kid can do, is he can run.
Yeah, no, definitely. Sideline aside, they haven't, I was asking Omar this because obviously he's been on the beat a while. And me, I've been covering this even longer. You think about this, it might be since Zach Thomas that they've had a linebacker that can truly go sideline to sideline. I haven't had that in a long time.
Yep.
That tells you what kind of a void there is. The
Right.
dude that is trying to get into the Hall of Fame finally is the last guy that could go sideline to sideline for the Miami Dolphins. How crazy
it's crazy.
is that?
It's very crazy, especially in this day and age. Like Zach Thomas was even before his time. Like in his time, all the middle linebackers were 250, 260 pounds and
Right.
were just big physical run stuffers. He was before his time. Zach Thomas in this era, I think that he would get so much more respect. Like he got a bunch then, especially for Dolphins fans. But I would think in this era, he would get so much more respect because he was the modern linebacker. He could smack, but he could also, like you said, run sideline to sideline. And so that's such a huge part of your defense, especially when tight ends are essentially receivers these days, running backs are essentially receivers these days. You need players that can be able to cover and yak. Receivers running a lot of these slant routes. You need guys who can be in the middle of the field and not be liabilities. And so I'm excited to see. I think you should have some caution because, like, I think the one thing about him is he's still a developing player. So for people who's like, oh, he's going to start over a Landon Roberts and he's going to play 70 snaps a game, I don't think that's going to be his calling in year one. But I do think he can be a notable contributor for this team, for a defense that I think is could be a top 10 defense this year.
I would imagine access not till next week, right? So rookies kind of go under the radar here all week, right?
Yeah, so rookies report today. What I have heard they'll do is they'll do a lot of lifting, a lot of meetings, a lot of kind of prepping them for when the vets come, and then they start their on-field stuff Wednesday when everybody comes off. So there wouldn't be anything for us to see anyway, unless we were going to see how much Shannon Tyndall can bench. So I think that'll be the case there, and then Wednesday we get things popping. So integration. Some teams start their rookies on the same day as their vets, but I do like the idea of having your rookies come in a week early, get them before they get the crash course, before they have to carry 7 pads off the field. Let's at least let them feel the NFL by themselves for a week. So that'll be the case, and we're 1 week away from football, so it's right here.
Where are you at, on the golf course?
I'm not. I'm actually at the park. I just finished up a run.
I thought you were lying to me and you were really following Paige Spiranac.
I am not. She is not here, as I can see right now, but I am going to try to get one more round of golf in before training camp. So we'll see if she's out there where I'm playing. So
if you see a crowd, then she's out there. There's no crowd.
Follow the crowd, right?
If there's a crowd, it's either Tiger or Paige. One of the two.
Right.
It's the only ones that can really create a galley there. You know what I'm saying? So, by the way, how screwed is golf now, dude? Like,
with Liv,
no, just overall that, like, Tiger, unfortunately, it looks like it's the final curtain. It was like kind of sad watching him walk and kind of end that whole thing. And you've got a sport now that has divided into like 2 leagues, yet none of them have a superstar. Yeah, and the only superstar left in that sport is retiring. And the guy that brings all
so he's not retiring yet, but he's
but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. This was like his last go around here. You know what I mean?
Last time being a significant contributor. Yeah,
it's kind of like his farewell tour now that we kind of like unofficially it's become his farewell tour. In other words, you know what I'm saying?
It's interesting because I grew up watching Tiger versus Phil in golf for so many years, and golf has been trying with these young players. None of them have really resonated with the national audience, and now, like you said, they're split, and half of them are gone. And
you mean Jason Day? Jason Day's not the next great one, bro?
No.
It isn't Spieth?
No,
it isn't Rory?
No.
Is it DeChambeau?
No, their best chance was Bryson, but Bryson's been bad the last few years. The only reason Bryson was a chance because he can bomb the ball 400 yards, and it's TikTok worthy. And people, that's what the thing they could have got people on, but he happened to not be good recently. So,
Cameron's the next.
Cameron Smith. He's a good golfer.
David Duval a couple years back.
David Duval's like 50 years old.
Yeah. Remember when David Duval was coming up? He was going to challenge Tiger.
Right. Yep. So no. Phil was the one who came the closest to challenging Tiger, and both of them are too old for it now. So
Sergio?
Yeah, no. Sergio, no.
Grip and release. No. The Noma Garcia Para of golf. No.
Yeah. No. Golf is in a very.
I hate even watching that guy play. I feel like breaking through the crowd and punching him. Seriously, right. He's the Noma or Terry Pendleton of golf that drive my ass crazy, to be quite honest with you. And that's my point. A desperate sport for a star cannot find, because you just said when you started this, you talked about Tiger and Phil. Dude, we don't even have anything close to a rivalry, much less have a superstar. We don't even have a challenging star, because at least Lefty was at least a challenger. You know what I'm saying?
Right. He was a clear second, but he was at least a challenger.
At least.
Yeah, and he would win sometimes. He would win a few over Tiger. Right. So, the best thing they had was the Brooks versus Bryson thing, Bryson DeChambeau for a while. But like you said, Liv came and destroyed that. And that was more golf-centric. It was more for golf fans and not the national audience. Like, national audience.
And it never even came close to that rivalry of Tiger. Not even close. You know what I mean? So that's where I think that sport is so screwed. It's now divided into two leagues, and neither one of them have a superstar, and they're spending way more money on this because now they've made the PGA spend more money, and yet they still don't have a star to sell to people. It's crazy.
Yep, very precarious spot for golf. So we'll see what happens.
Well, you know what they should do? Bring Paige Spiranac to them. There you go.
That's how you get a star, right?
That's how you get a star, baby. That's how you get a star right there. And have her eat hot dogs on the course too. That'll break the television right there.
Get her into the Nathan's hot dog eating contest on 4th of July.
No, you have that woman eating hot dogs, all those old farts that watch golf, heart attacks all across the world, okay? Because they're just going to be thinking about other things. All right.
That's hilarious.
As we digress, follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolfe and catch his work there at the NFL Network. What are you working on this week, sir?
I just did TV yesterday. I'm going to be back on TV tomorrow from 1 to 2 on NFL Network, prepping people for training camp. And then training camp's right up to gear. I'll be in Jacksonville from Sunday to Tuesday, and then I'll be back in Miami going into training camp. I'll either be there Wednesday or at least Thursday or Friday, and I'll be there definitely Saturday. We'll have NFL Network crew live from Miami on Friday. So I'm telling you guys that, so y'all will know that. Watching there. We'll have a couple people on set. We'll have some fun interviews there for you guys to tune into. So you definitely want to be tuned in to NFL Network on Friday.
And twice a week, you can find out why he has a face for television and I have a face for radio. All right. He is Cameron Wolfe. We'll catch up with you later in the week, my brother. You be good.
Absolutely. Appreciate you.
You got it. Cameron Wolfe, the Wolf Pack, has been unleashed.
This has been the KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL insider Cameron Wolfe. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right. Yeah, Tony, he had no idea who Paige was. I always kind of trip out with some sports fans that don't know who Paige Spiranac is. It's like, really? Like, okay. I guess women's golf is so uninteresting to men in general that they probably don't delve into it. Sean, did you get a ranking for her? Oh, you did? What is it? She has no ranking?
Her ranking is she has no ranking.
For real?
For real, she missed the cut for the LPGA tour in 2016, and she became a golf pro. She was on the Cactus Tour for 2016 and had a career earnings of $8,010.
So she doesn't do so she's not in tournaments now.
No, she's a golf pro. That's it. And then does it
just
social
teaches?
media. Yep.
Wow. So her money is all made on the internet now. It's all made through.
Just announced in March that she is no longer married.
Oh yeah, I know. I saw she got a divorce. So those of you out there that are not, you're available. Paige Spiranac is now available. Her DMs are now open, as she would say. So make sure you check it out there. Okay. All right. Makes sense. All right.
No tournaments to having over 3.5 million Instagram followers.
And she's probably making a boatload of money on Instagram.
She's got 260,000 subscribers watching 145 instructional videos.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right.
And
there you go. There you go. So you guys want a teacher? You can have Paige Spiranac as your teacher. Even better. She was eating too many hot dogs. That's why she didn't make the cut. Oh, man. Paige needs to see a pulmonologist. Something is seriously wrong with her lungs. Abnormally swollen.
Big O, you didn't answer my question correctly about shootouts in the MLS. They go by a point system and draws counts as points. I was thinking let's have a shootout to decide every game. Oh, no. Shootouts only when the game is done and undecided. No. No, I would not want that, John. No, if you could decide the game on the pitch, you decide the game on the pitch. The shootout is the last resort that you have to have. I want the game decided on the pitch. Yes, sir, Sean.
Oh, I think he's saying the regular season games because the shootouts are only during the playoffs. During the regular season games, they end in a draw.
They end in a draw, right? But so what?
That's what he's referring to. He wants to have a shootout for every game, including the regular, kind of like what hockey does, I guess, in a way, to where each team will end up with points, I guess. I mean,
yeah, I think they're trying to be more traditional, like in European soccer, which they don't have the shootouts. So I think that's what they're trying to do because it used to be like that. The shootouts used to be a part of it and gimmicky, and so that's kind of the way it's viewed. So it's that's why they probably don't do it because they want to be more traditionalist. That's why they even went away from the names, the nicknames, and all that kind of stuff, and they went to FC, SC, CF, all that kind of stuff at the end of their names. They went more traditional. So they want to play along the lines of the way the rest of the world plays. What am I hunting for wabbit? All right. Yeah, John says, yeah, right. Thanks, Sean. Like hockey, it's because of European soccer. Yes, exactly. That's it. That's the deal. That's why they're doing it. What else do we have going on? By the way, Manny Navarro will join us in hour number 2 at 11:30. Omar Kelly will stop by. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll have Anthony Chang at 11. He has some player access or something at around 1:30, 1 o'clock when he's supposed to be with us. So we pushed up his appearance a little earlier. So actually, Anthony Chang will be joining us at the top of the hour. So we'll have a little fun with him. We'll get the latest on what he thinks is going on with that Durant story, which I still kind of find it funny if they think they're going to just keep him and he's just going to be happy. No, I'll come back to you guys with no problem whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, everything is just beautiful. You know what I'm saying? It's just normal. I didn't watch the home run derby, so Juan Soto beat Julio Rodriguez, the rookie, for the title. But I did see this, and I'm not sure if some of you saw this, and I'm sorry for those of you that are watching or listening on the podcast, so you won't be able to see this. But this was kind of weird. This was one of those things that like kind of freaks you out. So Chris Berman was on the set, right? And next to him is Jeff Passan and Tim Kirchin. Okay. Now I want you all to be sitting down before you see this. I didn't see this live yesterday. I saw this morning as I was preparing. All right. Have you seen this, Sean? No? Okay. Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Are you prepared? Take down the there you go. Thank you, sir. Are you ready for this, ladies and gentlemen? Here you go. Chris Berman. They look like Oompa Loompas next to Chris Berman, bro. What the hell is that? You put Jeff Passan and Tim Kirchin together, it doesn't make one Chris Berman. What are they feeding Chris Berman? Is he a former Nebraska lineman? Is he really the Jolly Green Giant? Is Tim Kirchin really an Oompa Loompa? I don't know. Is Jeff Passan, is he trying out for the new Fantasy Island? The plane boss. I mean, that picture right there. And look, the guy right next to him, which I have no idea who it is, his arm looks just normal like Chris Berman's. But look at the arms on Kirchin and Jeff Passan. Are these guys like 4'2" or something? And is Chris Berman an 8.5-foot giant? Like, I have no idea. I know Chris Berman's a big dude, but I had no idea that Jeff Passan and Tim Kirchin still shop in the boys department of Sears. I mean, look at that. They could each sit on Berman's lap and tell them what toys they want for Christmas. Look at that. Look at that picture. That's just too funny. I mean, Chris Berman takes up like a fifth of the stadium. It's amazing. That's an impressive picture right there. Wow. Damn. That was freakish, man. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? Chris Berman is like I don't know, wait a minute. I get it now. We grew Chris Berman on the Jurassic Park Island. That's what it is, right? We must have left a couple of human beings behind in the Jurassic Park Island. They had some kind of one of them had sex with a dinosaur, and Chris Berman came out. I mean, I don't know what it is. Maybe we'll ask about that mystery. We'll ask Anthony Chang about that mystery. We'll start off hour number 2. It's coming up, baby. Anthony Chang and our liquor split Miami Heat and NBA report. That will start off hour number 2 right here on the Big O Radio Show.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Give your dog the same therapy that many veterinarians use today, but at a fraction of the cost. Pads are available in 3 sizes and come with attachment straps, clips, and an easy-to-use manual. Red Recover can help your dog with arthritic conditions, muscle soreness, intervertebral disc disease, ACL rehabilitation, performance, aging, and general health and happiness. You simply place the pad over the desired area and allow our proprietary Tri-Light therapeutic wrap to penetrate deep into the tissue where a number of healing parameters will be stimulated. When starting treatment, apply for 10 to 15 minutes daily and lessen the application time as needed for best results. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Let's tap into the latest with the Miami Heat and our Liquor Split app Miami Heat reports with insider Anthony Chang. Liquor Split is Miami's own online liquor store. Download, then tap the app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split. Here's Anthony Chang.
There he is, Anthony Chang. Anthony, I want you to solve a mystery here. We have a mystery going on, okay, because we're not really sure what's going on here. Is Chris Berman that big, or is it that Kirchin and Passon are that small?
It looks like Chris Berman's standing up a little bit, right? I mean, could he be standing up there?
He's probably standing. Does it really matter? Look at the width of that man and these two guys. Are these two guys still shopping in the boys department at Sears?
Well, Tim Kirchin, I think, is known to be a pretty small guy.
He's probably like
Jeff Passon too,
right?
Yeah.
Like these guys must be like 4'2", 4'3", or something. This man, apparently, one guy says 6'4", which I've stood next to Chris Berman, and he is a big dude, and I'm a big dude. Okay, I'm not a small guy either by any stretch, and so he's a big dude. But look at
6'5".
Picture. Yeah,
6'5",
look at that.
Chris Berman.
6'5". Look at that, and look at these two guys. I mean, that is just these two fit inside here. That if we move Passon in here and we can park Kirchin right next to him, and they fit like just tight right there.
Yeah.
By the way, my man is dropping la gota gorda, as they say. He is sweating a storm right here, baby. Holy moly. That was a hell of a shot right there. What are they feeding Chris Berman? Oh, man. Really, what did they feed Tim Kirchin? Because they cheated that man. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's a tough shot with Chris Berman standing up, and I know on TV sometimes they'll give a guy a padded seat or something, and the angle, and it's just
because Berman's closer to the camera, so he's going to even look even bigger.
Made it worse.
A little farther, so made it worse, which is just awesome. It's just fantastic. All right, so we know it's all about Durant. You'll get to the Utah kid once you're done with the whole Durant deal, right? And now we're hearing, obviously, they're not satisfied with all these deals. And, I was talking with Ira about this yesterday because I was telling the listeners this. The thought that there's going to be 28 teams lined up out the door for you, you're out of your effing mind. In fact, the problem with trading Kevin Durant at 34 years old with 4 years left is the only teams that with a brain should trade for him are the only teams that are one Kevin Durant away from a title. Suns and Heat feel like they're a Kevin Durant away from a title, but the Kings or the Charlotte Hornets or the Indiana Pacers or whatever, you could talk about Detroit Pistons, you could talk about a whole bunch of teams that, sure, they could give up the world for him, and I'm sure they would love it in Brooklyn. They would love to get all the pieces from those kind of teams, but Durant's not ever going to go to those kind of places. So really, this is a game of chicken that it's going to end up turning out between Durant and the Nets. And if the Nets say they want to keep him, I don't know if they've realized ugly Durant yet, but ugly Durant will be coming soon. If you tell him, no, we're not trading you, we got to keep you here, and he wants to get out, that's not when it's going to turn. That's going to turn ugly for them. But for the Heat, the question is, the Heat really doesn't have a ton of competition for Kevin Durant. As crazy as that may sound, that's probably the reality.
Yeah, that's exactly the reality. I mean, not only because of what you said. I mean, a team that's rebuilding is not going to trade for Kevin Durant, but also,
and he's not going there.
That's the problem. That's the other thing. Yeah, Durant has leverage. He has 4 years left in his contract, but he has a ton of leverage because he can do exactly what he's doing in Brooklyn right now in Sacramento. He can do it in Detroit. He can do it in New Orleans. He can do it in Toronto. And a team is not going to trade away their best young assets for a guy who does not want to be there and is going to be 34 years old in a month. That's just not going to happen. So we know he wants to go to Miami, right? We know he wants to go to Phoenix. Those are two teams he's interested in. The big question is, would he consider playing anywhere else? If that's not the case, then he really don't have much competition. It's either Brooklyn or Miami or Phoenix, and now Phoenix can't trade DeAndre Ayton, so that's their biggest trade chip. So Miami's like, okay, well, you can keep him then. Let's see if you're really going to keep him.
By the way, the flip side of that nobody ever talks about is maybe DeAndre Ayton wanted to sign this so he can control and not say, F you, dude. What, you're going to dump me in Brooklyn because you won Durant and now nobody's in Brooklyn? I'm stuck there? Screw you, man. I'm going to play here in Phoenix or I'm going to play in Indiana that gave me all that money. You know what I mean? Which, again, we were talking with Ira yesterday. I don't know how Indiana didn't poison pill that damn contract. That was stupid on their part. It's what Ira said. All they did was the negotiations for Phoenix and got the guy with 1 year less. Instead of a 5-year deal, they only have him for 4, which is better for Phoenix in a way. But the part that people don't talk about is that Ayton probably also didn't want to get screwed in all of this because that's what was going to happen. Sure, you got your money, but you were going to end up in Brooklyn in a rebuild, in a disaster of a situation.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure that was part of it too, where DeAndre now had some type of control, not total control because Phoenix matched it and he has to go back now, but some type of control over his situation. And I going back to Brooklyn, like I'm not surprised Brooklyn is handling it this way because look, you have 3 months until the season starts, right? Of course, they're not going to cave in July. Like from everything I'm hearing, this is going to take weeks. It's going to take months. This could be in September when things pick back up again. This is not going to happen anytime soon. At least that's not the thought right now. The sense I get is this is going to drag on for a few months. So it is a game of chicken, like you said. It's going to be who's going to blink first. Is Brooklyn really willing to bring him into camp and start the season with him on the roster and deal with that again? You know, with the mess they had last year with Kyrie and James Harden, or will they say, okay, this is the best deal we got, we're going to take it, and we'll move on. The answer's not going to come tomorrow. It'll probably come in 2 or 3 months, but eventually we're going to know the answer to that.
I have no idea what kind of truth there is to all of this, but they're talking about how they need, more first rounders, that the Miami may have to try to move some of their players to gain first rounders to then move to them. And then Tyler's been talked about that maybe they don't want Tyler and have to pay him. So then you've got to move Tyler somewhere else for a first rounder or 2 if you can get. So let me ask you again, this is like a 2-level question. Tyler may not want to be stuck at whatever team you want to trade him to. Yeah. Like, I don't see Tyler, like when we were talking about the Donovan Mitchell move, I don't see Tyler as a guy that would be happy being in Utah. Duncan Robinson, I could see being happy being in Utah, but Tyler has way too much swag. He kind of feels like a guy that wants to be in Miami or New York or LA or, some kind of city with some kind of swag. You know what I'm saying? And again, sorry if I'm insulting some of these cities that we've been talking about here with all of this, but he may not want to go to Utah. I'm sorry, Utah again. And so where would you trade Tyler? That one, he's going to then tell that team, yeah, I'll play for you guys. Give me the max. Because it just doesn't seem to me like he's the kind of kid that's going to say, I don't care who gives me the max as long as I get the max. I think he's going to want the max and going to want to play somewhere where he wants to be at the same time. So walk us through this whole thing about trying to get more first rounders. Yeah. And if it is Tyler, how realistic is that? And what destination is realistic that would make all parties happy, by the way?
I still think Tyler would have to be the center of any trade package for whoever star. I don't think he's the guy you're trading for more first round picks because who else is it going to be? Who else is going to be at the center of the trade package? He can't just trade picks.
Well, Duncan because of salaries.
Yeah, but a team is. I would think a team would want Tyler. I know he's up for a big contract right now, but he's approved. Like a first round pick is a gamble, right? It could be the 20th pick in the draft. It could be the 18th pick in the draft. It could be a guy who's not a rotation player. We've seen that many times.
But Augie, you might be convinced he's worth that max. The team you're trading him to may not have the same conviction.
I don't know if it's going to take a max to re-sign. It might take 4 years, 100 million around there, that range. I think that's what we've talked about. Obviously, Tyler, I'm sure would love a max. Any player would love a max, but history shows it's going to be in that $25 million a year range. And yeah, every player has some say. We're seeing that with Kevin Durant right now. But wherever Tyler goes, he's going to be a restricted free agent. If he doesn't sign an extension immediately, this offseason, he's going to be a restricted free agent. So he's not going to have total control, just like we saw with DeAndre Ayton. That team, Utah, Brooklyn, whatever team, is going to have a right to match and keep him. So it's not like he could use his leverage and say, well, I don't want to go to Utah. I'm signing elsewhere. He doesn't have that complete leverage. He's going to be a restricted free agent. So, and I would think Tyler just, obviously just covering him the first few years of his career, he loves playing basketball. He wants to be the man. If he can go to a team like that and be the number one option or number two option, I would think he'll be okay with it. Just kind of covering him and kind of seeing what he's about, I think he wouldn't like create a mess or anything like that.
All right. So while Brooklyn slow plays this, you expect the Heat to take as long and wait as long as it takes to get an answer on Durant. Why? One, because they don't really have a ton of competition and they know it. And two, this is the closest way they get to a championship. And outside of that, every other move might be a much bigger question mark. So you expect them to ride this thing out until Brooklyn makes their decision, right? They're not going to make another move until that move or that decision is made, correct?
I guess the only other move would be Donovan Mitchell, right? I guess if that, although it looks like New York is the front runner with that, so I don't think that's going to happen.
Miami can't even come close.
Yeah, that's why. So, but some type of move, like for hypothetical case, Miles Turner or Harrison Barnes or something like that. I just don't see the Heat throwing away a chance at Kevin Durant.
Right.
For just to get, incrementally one win better by getting Harrison Barnes. Of course, he would make the team slightly better, but you have to, at this point, you're all in. You got to wait it out. The Heat have 13 players. If Udonis comes back as expected, they're going to have 14. That would be the roster. You could say they've taken a step back. That's pretty, if you lose PJ Tucker and you replace him with Nikola Jovic, that's pretty obvious. You're going to have to hope that you can get, you have to hope on internal improvement, hope Tyler and Bam get better. But other than that, they didn't upgrade the roster. But I think at this point, you have to take the chance and wait it out.
All right. I like that. What'd you think of Jamal Cain?
I like him. He's athletic, a versatile defender, kind of fits the Heat mold of the guys they like developing. He's a guy I'm sure will play a lot in the G League for Sioux Falls this year. But I think he fits kind of the prototype of what the Heat look for in their developmental guys, just that raw athleticism, talent, versatility, and fits, the modern day game.
All right. What are you working on the Herald so folks can check you out?
Yes, we'll have something today, actually, this afternoon. Max Strus is going to talk this afternoon at an event. So we'll be there asking about, the team's roster moves or lack of moves, I guess, this offseason. So I have something from that. And also coming up this week, a story on Haywood Highsmith. Maybe the Heat's starting power forward on opening night, the way things are going. Get a really good summer league when we spoke with him in Vegas.
Mature kid, man. I like what I see from him. Yeah, he's constantly using his intelligence on the court, and that's something that I noticed with him, that he doesn't get overzealous and get frustrated and give in to easy fouls and things like that. In fact, some of the fouls that they even called on him were not even
tough calls.
They were just wrong, dude. Wrong on every level. And by the way, speaking of Liquor Split, download the app, iOS or Android, and you can get 15% off your first order. All right, because we want you to try Liquor Split, whether you're in downtown in Coral Gables, Westchester, Miami Beach, Coconut Grove, The Roads, Upper East Side, El Portal, Fountain Blue, Coco Plum. Download the app, download Miami's own liquor store, and flat fee of $2.99, but you're going to get 15% off your first order. Use our code BIG-O15. That's BIG-O15, so you can get 15% off your first order at Liquor Split and order your favorite liquors, man. Favorite beer, wine, snacks, they've got it all. No drinking and driving, and a flat fee of $2.99, and that gets you away from all the hassle. Liquorsplit.com. Download the app. All right. Appreciate you, Anthony, as always, my man. We will catch up later on in the week, my friend. Thank you for taking some time here and talking to the Heat Nation.
Thanks, Big O. Have a good one.
You got it. There you go. Anthony Chang in our Liquor Split Miami Heat report.
You're now tapped into the latest with the Miami Heat. This has been the Miami Heat Liquor Split Report with insider Anthony Chang. Download the Liquor Split app and enjoy your favorite drinks at wholesale prices. Delivered right to your door in minutes with a flat fee of $2.99. VIP lifestyle without the VIP prices. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
All right, Anthony, thank you, sir. He says, who's listening to that segment as I was shaving? I stopped like 3 times to stop from laughing and cutting myself. Well, thank you, Anthony. That's very nice of you. Very nice of you. But it was funny. I mean, Berman was funny. All right. Redhead Kane says, thanks, had to do chemotherapy for 3 months and was cleared, and I get a CT scan every 4 months. That's awesome, Redhead Kane. That's fantastic. You beat it, baby. That's it. KDA moving. Oh, I loaded up at the 150 range. Good for you. Cadena is a steal. It's still a steal. It's still a steal. What is it, $1.70 or $1.80 right now? You got it when it was in the $1.50s. Good for you. You're a smart man. Cadena right now is at 180, and it's still a bargain. Still a bargain. This thing went all the way. Was it like $24? Let me see. No, wait a minute. It was I'm sorry. I'm thinking ape. Cadena went to 724. Let me see. I think. Hold on. Let me see. Let me make sure, Ming. Here we go. Oh, damn it. Yeah, 723. So you talk about something that it was under $2 now, and it's going to be able to soar. Yeah, take advantage of it, man. Cadena is going to fly. Listen, for me, layer 1 chains are the ones that you want to invest big time in. And they're the ones that are going to, and this next bull run, when I don't think this is the bull run here. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong because I didn't even see this run coming. I thought we were probably in a buying zone for several more months. I still think so. I still think we're going to come back. We have to. Although I see the stock market has gone down while the crypto is up, which is kind of odd overall. It's weird, man. It's weird what's gone on. Anyway, if you all want to get in, really simple on the Welt and Rayom text line, that's 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. I'll give you something else that what's it called, that you should check out. And something that I think was kind of weird. And did you guys see the photographer that got trapped up in the track and field event? I mean, it was a crazy scene. Luckily for the runners, nobody ended up falling. Nobody ended up having any kind of, issues because of it. But it could have been, a serious situation. Let me share the video with you guys so you can check it out. But this is one where you like, you're like, wait a minute, what the hell is going on here? So here's the picture, okay? And here's the cameraman right here in the middle of the runners. Now, they all were coming down here, and they saw the guy, and he was filming somebody else, so he didn't realize that they were coming, and he stood there, and to their credit, they went around him. Nobody fell or anything, and I can show you the video, okay? Because that's the part that when you look at this, wait a minute, hold on. Let me show you the video now, because that's the part that will trip you out when you see the video. And again, for those of you listening, I apologize that you can't see this. Okay. Now let me see here. Okay. There we go. Look at the camera guy. And then they go right around him. How crazy is that, dude? And he was calm and cool like nothing. And he could have changed one of their lives because of that, because they could have ended up falling or even, who knows, maybe even hurting themselves. But more importantly, the problem with these kind of events and the Olympics, things like this, these men and women are in years of preparation for this one moment. And a camera guy could end up screwing you up because the idiot got in the middle of the damn track because he wanted to get a great shot and he wasn't aware that there was another group coming. I get it if you get on the track to get a shot of something really quick, but you've got to know where the rest of the race is so you can pop back inside and get out of the way. Can you imagine if he thought he was finished and he didn't realize they were coming and he moves all of a sudden to the left with the camera and runs into one of the runners? I mean, that is what a doofus camera guy. Yeah. What kind of an idiot are you, dude? I mean, come on. Have some common sense there, man. Tell you, bro. That's just crazy stuff. So there you go. That's what happens when a camera guy gets in the middle of a track and field championship race. Think about that. You're in a championship race and you end up losing because a camera guy bumps you and knocks you down. I think I might just get up and kick his ass. I think security would have to come onto the track and field, what's it called? Track, I guess, or whatever you want to call it. And they're going to have to pull me off the guy. Right? Can you imagine that you've been working out your whole life and you've been waiting for this moment and some idiot camera guy knocks you down and knocks you out of the race? How are you not kicking his ass in every way, shape, and form? Please explain that one to me. How are we not doing that? That's what I'd like to know. How are we not doing that? AG1, been telling you about AG1. I take it every single day. 75 high-quality vitamins and minerals. Take it throughout my trip, giving me that extra energy. And, of course, what a way to start your day, folks. Listen, when it comes to AG1, I tell you about the 75 high-quality vitamins and all that, but it's also a whole food sourced superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens, and it's a great way to start your day, a nice blend of ingredients for your gut health, which Lord knows I need it, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, recovery, focus, aging, all of those things. And when you do 3-4 hours of talk a day, you want to be as sharp as possible. And again, it's a great routine. It's terrific to improve your daily lifestyle. It tastes absolutely fantastic because some people, oh my God, oh, you're telling me about something that's good. it must taste like crap. No, AG1 tastes absolutely fantastic, and it'll cost you less than $3 a day. All right. And when we talk about AG1, it contains less than 1 gram of sugar, no GMOs, no nasty chemicals or artificial anything. That's why it tastes good. Now, it supports better sleep quality and recovery, supports mental clarity and alertness. That's helped me out a lot, folks. And Athletic Greens has over 7,000 five-star reviews, and they're a climate-neutral certified company. So you're talking about an exceptional company that believes in what they're doing, and they know they want to put great ingredients into your body, and that's what you're going to feel every single day. And they donate to organizations helping to get nutrients and foods to kids in need, including No Kid Hungry here in the U.S. So right now, folks, reclaim your gut health, your health, arm yourself and your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. All you need is 1 scoop and 12 ounces of nice cold water every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements. Look out for your health. To make it nice and easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you free a 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D, which I do have the bottle right here because I just took it this morning. There it is. There's my bottle. All right. So you're going to get 1 of those, right? And 5 free travel packs. I got to pull out one of the travel packs. I can show it to you because it's really, really cool. The travel pack. There it is. Super simple. I have a container, but you'll get your container when you do that. But for now, you can try the travel packs, and you're going to love it, folks, with your first purchase. All you have to do is go to athleticgreens.com/Big O. Support the great people that support us, and you're going to feel great. That's athleticgreens.com/Big O, and take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutrition insurance, AG1. You're going to thank me, by the way. A weekend, you're going to go, wow, I know exactly what O is talking about now. It's a great way to kind of change your lifestyle. AG1. All right, good stuff as always. Thank you all out there. All right, if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, that's 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. Let's take a really quick break, and when we come back, Manny Navarro is set to join us. Let's talk a little Canes with Manny Navarro next.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at FLPDjobs.com. That's FLPDjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
What? Oh, look.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're going to run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. And if you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
When When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. Ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for Canes fans to get what they want. Information, insight, and perspective. It's the Caneswear Miami Hurricanes Report with Manny Navarro. Exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Here's Big O and insider Manny Navarro.
Oh, excuse me. I'm just excited. Bitcoin's over 23,000. How you doing? All right. Anyway, we are ready to talk a little Canes. How you feeling, Manny? You feeling good?
Doing great, brother. Up here in the beautiful mountains in Georgia and Blue Ridge, enjoying the time with my family. So it's a good time for me.
You're going to be at the ACC meetings in a couple days?
No, I was told to make sure I took my vacation this week. So we have other reporters there, and I'll be catching up once practice starts, and I'll be around plenty.
It's not that anything earth-shattering is going to happen there anyways, so it's not like a big deal. By the way, did you see what Texas Tech is doing?
What is it, paying 100 players over 5 figures in NIL?
Bullshit, the entire team. Texas Tech's Name, Image, and Likeness Collective, a group of donors, boosters, and alumni who pool resources to offer local athletes NIL deals, reportedly slated to offer a gargantuan deal to its football players. Virtually every Red Raider will receive a deal for $25,000, according to the Lubbock Avalanche Journal. As the NIL activity, athletes will engage in charity and community service, while other collectives have been rumored to offer million-dollar deals to one particular athlete or another. The Texas Tech group, called the Matador Club, is spreading out $2.5 million across the team. So everyone on the team getting $25,000. How about that, bro?
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. I mean, listen, you got to do a lot to get people to come to Lubbock, right? And to spend 4 years there. You got to do something to entice them.
Hey, Zach Thomas is pissed off somewhere right now. What are you doing, bro? You're pissing off poor Zach right now. Come on.
Have you been to Lubbock, Texas?
Right now.
Have you been to Lubbock, Texas?
I'm just showing some sympathy for Zach Thomas. Yeah, no, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. It's you gotta. But hey, I'm impressed that they're able to come up with the money too at the same time. That's
listen. These boosters, they got a lot of money. They just got to pull it together and do things like this to keep the players happy. That's it.
Yeah, and these are write-offs for them anyways. Right?
Yeah.
So in a way, everybody wins in a way, because it's going to be a tax break for you, is what you're doing by doing this as a business. So, but again, I brought it up because there's this misconception out there, and maybe because we just live in this bubble down here, and maybe people don't really read, which actually, let me rephrase that. Most people don't read, and they don't follow up on what else is going on in the rest of the world, and they kind of think it's John Ruiz in the wild, wild west, and nobody else is doing what Ruiz is doing, when in fact plenty of people are doing exactly what Ruiz is doing, and even at bigger levels like this at Texas Tech, where they're pooling people together to give every single player $25,000. That's the reason why I brought it up, Manny, because I think I'm sure you get it too. It's almost like they feel like Ruiz is the only, bandit out there doing this kind of stuff.
No, I mean, he's far from it. And there's been, lots of John Ruiz's throughout the Southeastern Conference for many, many years. I mean, that's the reality of it. And here's the deal. I mean, these kids have all been getting some sort of financial assistance now for years. I mean, whether it's under the table or over, I mean, in terms of getting some of the profit sharing from these tickets. I mean, it's not what everybody wants it to be, right? These athletes want to get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, but they are getting more money than players back in the 80s and 90s got. College has evolved. So, this deal with Texas Tech, it's nice to see that Texas Tech is doing something for their kids. But look, Miami did it, 2 years ago or a year ago when NIL first started. The whole team got paid as well. It was $5,000, not 25. But so they were getting something out of this deal. So that's how much it's going to cost: $2.5 million. $3 million if you want to make it 30,000 or whatever. Instead of 25, but all these schools are capable of it because all their boosters, instead of giving the school the money directly, they just form these collectives and pay these kids and give them some of the money while they're playing.
All right, so walk me through Sean O'Dare, the agent for Tyler Van Dyke. You have an article there of 10 questions with the Miami QB. So give the listeners, so that way they have reason to subscribe to The Athletic. Give them one or two nuggets from that so they can maybe go and check that article out themselves.
Well, I mean, first of all, I mean, we're officially a year into NIL, right? I mean, it was a year ago, July 1st, when De'Aaron King signed that first deal right away. And it's interesting to see how, I mean, our questions were really based on how much it's changed over the past year, what's gotten better, what stayed the same, what's gotten worse in terms of collectives, who's actually paying, does everybody get paid or do they make these deals and does the money not come through? I think in Tyler Van Dyke's case, I mean, he's got close to 30 NIL deals now, and maybe he's not at $1 million yet, but he's making well into six figures. And, here's a kid who at least I think is spending his money wisely, investing it, using some of it to play golf. He's not doing anything silly with it. So, in terms of just getting to know what these athletes go through in that process, that's a lot of the stuff that Sean and I talked about. He of course works with Rosenhaus Sports, and we know Drew's represented hundreds of Hurricanes over the years, and he's hired Hurricanes to work with him. Robert Bailey, of course, is one of his agents, former Hurricane himself, and now Sean is working with him. So, if you're interested in finding about Tyler Van Dyke and NIL, it's an article worthwhile. And people ask me all the time, how much are these guys really making? Well, I think it's, guys like Tyler are making in the hundreds of thousands. I think most of the other players are making probably in the range of 20 to 50,000 in their NIL deals. It's not as serious as it's not serious money in terms of, what you would think athletes get paid nowadays, but it's certainly enough for them to pay for their parents to come visit and watch them, play every game, to put them up in a hotel for a few weeks, to basically help them, progress and be a part of their kids' lives while they're in college. That's basically what the money's good for.
By the way, don't forget, you can order at Caneswear. You can go online at caneswear.com, and if you order over $99, you will get free shipping. And folks, right now, Inter Miami taking on Barcelona tonight. Get on down there to 2511 South University Drive. Go get yourself some Inter Miami gear for the game tonight. Or we got Dolphin and Canes season right around the corner. They got anything and everything with the Canes logo. They've got Dolphins gear there. They've got Miami Heat gear, Florida Panthers, Miami Marlins. So go over there and check out Brett and all the great people and tell them that Big O sent you. All right. We have a listener that wants to ask you any of your observations from Miami's 7-on-7 tournament that you went to.
Well, Miami, I mean, I didn't go to any recent 7-on-7s. I don't know if he's talking about, some of the previous ones.
I think he got it confused with the one you went to on the West Coast,
Vegas.
Right?
Yeah, they had one out in Bradenton for the top 50 players in the country, which had some of the Miami commitments, including Francis Mauigoa, the offensive tackle. I think the quarterback from USC, Malachi Nelson. He was there. That might be the 7-on-7 they're referring to, but it was up in Bradenton. I wasn't there for that. There were some other reporters that were out there for the 7-on-7. And I mean, look, there's a lot of chatter right now as far as commitments, a whole lot of recruiting talk, coming off of that. Miami has a few players that they're in on that could be committing this week. So I'm sure that's probably where the question stems from. Jaden Bonsu, safety out of New Jersey. He wasn't there for that 7-on-7, but he's a guy that I think is going to commit to Miami sometime this week. It could be tomorrow, the 20th, or it could be on the weekend. Olaus Alinen, an offensive tackle that we've talked about quite a bit. He was there at that 7-on-7 up in Bradenton IMG Academy. I heard last night from one of my well-plugged-in sources that he's probably going to Alabama now, not Miami. Miami's looks like they're going to end up with Samson Okunlola, the 5-star offensive tackle, and it's just one of those things where there's only so many 5-stars and 4-stars you can get at a certain position where a kid looks at it and says, okay, I'm changing my mind. I'm going to go somewhere else because there's probably a better opportunity. So I think Olaus Alinen is probably headed to Alabama now. And then this weekend, Miami, I think, is expecting to get Malik Bryant, the 4-star linebacker out of Orlando Jones. He's a top 50 national player. They just got the linebacker from Georgia here last week, the kid with the Miami connections, Popo Aguirre. And then Miami's also in the running for Jonell Aguero, who's a 5-star safety. I think Jonell was at the Bradenton 7-on-7 as well, the one at IMG Academy. So, look, man, we've talked about it ad nauseum. To me, the job Mario and NIL are doing together to help Miami get in on all these guys to really compete and have a chance to sign them instead of the Alabamas and the Georgias and the traditional powers. It's hats off to Miami putting things together, man, to get themselves in the game for a lot of these kids that are big-time national players.
With you there. All right. So vacation. I'm not even going to ask you. You're not working on anything this week, right? They forced your ass to vacation, basically, is what it is.
Basically, man. I mean, I was going to have another article on that overtime 7-on-7. I'm pushing that back a week because the guy from Overtime told me they're not ready to put out their videos yet. So I'm kind of trying to time it up with what they're doing from my time out in Vegas. And then there's the ACC Media Days, which they're going to send me, quotes and stuff. Some of the other writers that are there are going to tell me what Mario Cristobal and the players are saying. But I'm told not to write to make sure I take vacation. And I guess I'll be back officially working a week from now, next Tuesday.
All right, there you go. And follow him on Twitter at Manny_Navarro. And when he does get back, then you can check out his work there at The Athletic. But meanwhile, you should subscribe anyways and catch everybody else's work all across the country while this slacker, takes a week off. Okay.
I think I will have another mailbag coming out later this week, though. So if you're interested in Hurricanes readers, there will be another mailbag. So there's one already up there. There's a second because I had like 60-something questions on there from subscribers. And so I try to get to as many of them as I can.
He does mailbags. I've got a bag of Star Atlas, a bag of Cardano, a bag of Polygon, a bag of Ethereum. We work different bags.
That's different bags. Yep.
Different kind of bags. Manny, as always, I appreciate you, my brother. We'll catch up later on in the week.
All right, man. Take care. See you.
You got it. That's our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CFs, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
All right. There we go. I'm actually catching up with some of the texts here on the text line at the Welt and Realm text line at 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. We thank Manny Navarro as always. Thank you, sir. Miles Deep says, morning, Big O. When's the next Vegas trip? Nothing planned yet. I don't think it'll be till next year, my brother. I think it'll be the East-West Shrine or something like that next year, the Pro Bowl and, stuff like that is probably the next time we'll be in Vegas. I would imagine. I think. We'll see. But yeah, I don't think we have another Vegas trip for this year. And I think Sean told me like he has a limit of 2 Vegas trips a year or something. I don't know. Something about that. No, actually, you know what I would love? I would love an excuse to go to Vegas later on in the year when it's cooler. Okay. That would be nice. Instead of going when it's freaking hot as hell. So that would be good. But we had a good time, man. We had a good time. It's a long time to be away from the fam. Long time. Too long to be away from the wife. I got to tell you. But, you know, it is what it is. You got to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? It's the way we roll. All right. The Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. Don't forget, folks, if you're looking for the best energy drink on the planet, yes, myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com. Get 10% off. It's delicious, smooth, and zero aftertaste. Yes, myedgedrink.com. I tell you all the time. And anywhere in the country, they'll deliver it to you. You're not going to get it in a store. You can only go to the website. It's a great elixir if you want to mix it with your vodka, if you want to mix it with a little rum. It is absolutely fantastic. It is delicious. There is no aftertaste. When I tell you delicious, it's delicious. When I tell you zero aftertaste, there is zero aftertaste. Okay? 78 calories, you can't beat that. So if you want a great energy drink that you're going to get completely hooked to, go to myedgedrink.com. Use our code Big O so you can get 10% off of myedgedrink.com. Miles Deep says, yeah, October would be better. Yes, Sean.
So I think we figured out the concept that Liv is going to use to try to up the PGA Tour.
Okay, what are they going to do?
The 28-year-old Australian made $2.5 million for winning the Open Championship this weekend.
Right.
Ken Smith now has reportedly been offered $90 million to join Liv Golf.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Win a tournament and get a raise.
That's it.
It's hard to turn down $90 million.
How do you turn down the money, dude? You set up your family for life. Yep. And I know that there's all kinds of shadiness that goes on dealing with the people you're dealing with, because obviously their history is not a good one.
Yep.
And so I totally understand that, because hell, that's at the heart of the 9/11 issue.
Yeah.
And you know, even Trump now, by the way, is going to host a live tournament at Doral. And people are complaining about it, and they're going to protest it because of, you know, the Saudis being part of it, and everything that had to do with 9/11, and it's incredibly understandable why people would take that personal.
Yep. No, 100%.
But saying all that, you're offering all this money, and these players are taking it. You know, what are you going to do, man? What are you going to do? You got to set up your family for the rest of your life. Hell, you're going to set up your kids' for the rest of their lives.
And I know you don't know this, though, but I mean, do they also got a purse that they're playing for on top of the? I mean, they're getting paid 90 million, and they get the purse,
and they all walk away with some money. Every tournament they play in, they all get paid, no matter what. Yeah, yeah. And no, the money they're throwing away out there, it's sick. But I mean, take advantage, because once we're all electric, you won't have as much oil to sell anymore.
That's true. Maybe they're just trying to get rid of all the money.
Take advantage for now. Eventually, we'll all be green, and oil will not be part of your power anymore. It's going to happen eventually, whether you want it or not, which is actually a good thing for all of us, by the way. It's not a matter of, but you got that oil money. Crazy. Eric Storm says, another beautiful day here in Rochester, New York. Blue skies, 84 degrees, no humidity, nice breeze off the lake. Not sure why people out west or down south are complaining. Weather is great. Yeah, well, Eric, I'm sure you complain during the winter when your weather sucks. And our weather,
Screw
yeah,
you,
we got
Eric.
the humidity. Yeah. We got that humidity, bro, that will eat you up alive, Eric. Me and Big O hitting the strip clubs in Vegas. That would be a first. That would be a first. That's the only way I would go to a strip club. A whole bunch of the listeners pick me up and take me to a strip club because I have no choice. I would tell the wife, I have no choice. The listeners picked me up and took me there. I can't do anything about it. So the next time we go to Vegas, a bunch of you should get together and you rent a van, and then I'll tell you where I'm staying, and you come pick me up, and I'll just tell the wife that, no, I met some listeners, and they took me hostage to whatever, what are the, I don't even know what are the top strip clubs in Vegas. I wish I knew what was the top, like, here you say like Tootsie's, right? You say Cheetah Club, or what's the one up in Scores, right, in Palm Beach? Well, I've lived here long enough. I've worked long enough in radio. I've done probably shows in most strip clubs in this town, so I know. But I've never, like I told you guys, I've never walked into a Vegas strip club. So Miles Deep, you got to tell me since you're Mr. Vegas, you got to tell what is considered the top strip club in Las Vegas? Because I have zero clue what it is. Says, I'm with you, John, but we have to bring Sean. Oh, I don't know if you'll get Sean to go to a strip club, bro. That'll be really hard. That'll be really hard to get Sean to a strip club. If you do that, that would be, impressive. Scarlett's is a favorite of mine. Scarlett's, that's the one off of I-95 by, is it Hollywood Boulevard, right? That one? Is that the Scarlett's? I think I did a show at that Scarlett's a long time ago. 15, 20 years ago, easily. I did a show at that. Yeah, I think that's Scarlett's. Yeah, that's the one. I remember going there. Treasure on Monday Night Football. They have buffet before halftime. We go to a better one. They have Scores here in Vegas. There you go. Is that the top one, Miles? You're putting Sapphire there. I have no idea. You got to tell me what's considered the number one strip club in Las Vegas, Miles Deep. You're Mr. Vegas, right? Or anybody else on the chat line there and from Vegas. Frankie says we have to find a strip club that has a wrestling ring in the middle to convince Sean. Yes, that would be it. You know what we should do with Sean? Remember the
you know what? You want a funny story, Al?
The stripes? Okay.
No, I wrestled at when it was King of Diamonds. We did a wrestling show there. Yeah, King of Diamonds. Yep.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is, did you ever see Stripes with Bill Murray?
Oh wow, I haven't seen it recently. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, you're gonna be the lean, mean fighting machine, and we're gonna all pitch in. So you have to then wrestle the 3 or 4 women that are going to be on the other side of that mud ring, and we expect you to be carrying the bras at the end. Okay.
I'll get right.
All right.
I'll start the training today.
You better start that training. Better get going. We'll call the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. We'll have them surround the ring to protect you. Okay. Which, by the way, they are hiring right now. Certified, uncertified. They're ready for you. FLPDjobs.com. Can we talk to the Fort Lauderdale Police Department? We'll take them also to be like bodyguards for us. But Frankie has it right. If we find a strip club with a wrestling ring, a mud wrestling ring, then we'll get Sean to wrestle the women. And that's it. Okay? Yes,
I
Sean.
was a bouncer once and trained the women how to do the oil wrestling.
Really? And you were also oiling them up too.
Yeah, no.
You saw the at the beginning,
No,
right?
no,
Yeah.
Nope. That was paid for by the customers as well.
Sean Oilman Stanley. Now we know.
Just call me the
Now
roller.
we know. Now we know. When you see them women oiled up, Sean Stanley, baby. Oh, I'm sorry. This way. Sean Stanley
There we
doing
are.
it right
There we
there.
are. You want me to change it so it can be right? I'll go there. Now you can do it.
Sean Stanley right there.
There. All right.
Mr. Oil, Sean Stanley right there. Yes. So if you guys need to know about baby oil, you got to talk to Sean Stanley because he's the man that has just put on layers and layers of oil on women.
It's not oil.
That's
where you go wrong. It's really not oil.
But what is it, Sean? Fill us in on what you rub the women with.
Should I
Yes,
all my
please,
secrets here?
please tell us how they make the sausage.
The best thing to do is you get
Mm-hmm.
the Dollar Tree hair gel.
Okay.
And then you start adding water until it starts getting down a little bit, and there you go.
Okay.
There is your oil.
Dollar Tree hair
because
gel.
oil gets in the eyes and then starts injuring people.
Right, but the hair gel does not?
Hair gel does not. Might sting a little bit, but it'll wash out.
There you go.
Yeah. And
There
it
you go.
glistens better with the lighting.
There you go. So when your face is pasted to her ass, it won't hurt your eyes.
It will not.
There you go. That's what it's all about. So now it's up to you guys. The next time we go to Vegas, find the strip club with the wrestling ring and mud. Sean already knows. And you know what? Sean already knows what kind of oil they have. So, he's going to have like some extra grip that's going to fight that oil. And so he's ready to go.
And that's the other reason you use it, because it's not as slimy, so you can grip.
He has all the secrets. I'm telling you. That man was rubbing oil all over asses all over South Florida.
You've got to take care of him and have somebody slapping and sliding around.
The oil man, Sean
Not on
Stanley.
my stage. Not on my stage.
There you go. There you go. See? So if some of you, you plan to have a little sex this weekend with the wife, you need to get her oiled down the right way, you call Sean Stanley. Sean Stanley will oil your woman down the right way. There you go. I'm just saying. These are the talents that Sean Stanley has that most of you had no idea. Lenny Locksmith's about to hire him right now to fix some locks. Sneak in because he can kind of, he's a little oily. So he might be able to sneak into the cars, And by the way, you should call my friends at Lenny Locksmith all throughout Miami, all the way to Port St. Lucie. They are ready 24 hours a day. So if you get locked out of your car or your home, you need the car keys reprogrammed, call Lenny Locksmith right there, baby. LennyLocksmith.com. On Twitter at Lenny Locksmith. Tampa, Orlando, Lenny Locksmith. Phoenix, Lenny Locksmith. Let's go. Let's see. Hallandale Beach Boulevard is Scarlett's. Thank you, Liba. Appreciate the exact spot. We're headed there right now. Tony says, speaking of wrestling, Sean, does MJF come back to AEW? Well,
my belief is yes, he'll be back. They're just setting it up to make it a bigger thing than what it is. I just don't think he'll come back, and then January 2023 his contract is up, and then Vince will throw a bunch of money if Vince is still in charge, and they'll get him. If Vince still isn't in charge, he'll probably stay with AEW.
There you go. I like it. Ragin says, if you can get Paige Spiranac to go to the strip club, I will join you. If you get Paige Spiranac to go to the strip club, I'll make sure none of you go. Oh, love it. All right. You guys need to get sponsored by either Dollar Tree or that hair gel. Well, we didn't have a specific company for the hair gel, but Dollar Tree is more than welcome to come on over and join our fantastic platform here as we continue to grow. So thank you all out there as always. If you want to get in on the Welton Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. Let's reset. Let's get ready for hour number 3. We got a loaded hour number 3. Why? Omar Kelly joins us at 12:15, and George Richards joins us at 1 o'clock. I've got to tell you something about the Dolphins that I think one writer got wrong. That's next.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at FLPDjobs.com. That's FLPDjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
What? Oh, look.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're gonna run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. If you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hey, yes, sir. Hope you all are doing well out there to start off hour number 3 of the program. We are in a good mood, and why wouldn't we be in a good mood? We got Bitcoin riding. Look at that green, baby. Did I just tell you it hit 23 when we started the Manny interview? Yeah, there we go. We're over 23,000 right now. Woo! Man, making that parabolic run. Look at that. Look at the 7 days. Look at the 7 days on this. Is that beautiful or what? Huh? 7 days going up. Oh, doggy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I love it. Love it. Little Bitcoin action. Everything's going up, man, right now. I like it. I like it. I don't get it, but I like it. I wouldn't mind a little down so I can continue to buy, but if that's the way you're going to roll, then that's the way we're going to roll. Then we'll get it done that way. Nothing wrong with that. All right. What else do we have going on in the world of sports? Now, I was reading this Dolphins article before we get Omar on at 12:15. And they were talking about the 3 things that they need to find out about the Dolphins before you start the regular season. And let me go over these things, because for me, here's where there's one of them that I think the writer can absolutely missed on. And this is from CBS Sports. His name is Tyler Sullivan. And so he wrote about the 3 things that each of the AFC East teams the answers they need to have before they start the regular season. So first of all, the obvious one, right? Is Tua Tagovailoa ready to lead this high-speed offense and all that? And he talks about improving Armstead and McDaniel and everything else. And we all know that all of that with Tua, that's the obvious one. Number 2, another obvious one. How quickly can the offensive line mesh? Armstead and Connor Williams, and then obviously Austin Jackson and Eichenberg and the rest of the cats, they've got to, Hunt, all these guys have got to kind of settle down. And without that O-line, we all know they're going to struggle if that O-line isn't fixed and it isn't playing better under McDaniel and his staff, right? Here's where he completely missed out on it. He said, what is the pecking order in the backfield? The running back room has seen an overhaul as they added Chase Edmonds, Raheem Mostert, and Sony Michel while carrying Myles Gaskins and Savon Ahmed over from the 21 squad. That's a lot of mouths to feed in the backfield, and a pecking order is likely needed before week 1. He's wrong. He's dead wrong. Do you know why? There is no pecking order. It's a situational type of thing. It's a committee type of thing. They're not going to really count on one guy. Sony might be more of the power back, and then Cam and Mostert might be the guys that help out a lot in the passing game, but they're going to end up mixing it up. Plus, he left out Alex Ingold, who is going to help out in short yardage and is also going to catch some passes out of the backfield. So versatility is the reason why they have that backfield. And there's a lot of guys that do a lot of the same things. And that's because they want to rotate those guys. What I would have put at number 3 there, do you know what I would have put? Mike Gesicki. Because Mike Gesicki is the experiment in this offense. Because Mike Gesicki, in order in this offense, you probably want a guy that's a little bit more of a blocker. And Mike Gesicki isn't considered that. Now, will Mike Gesicki become more of a blocker this year? I don't know. If you had to put odds on it, probably not, right? But you would hope that he would be a little bit more serviceable. So the real question is what you want to find out. Does Mike Gesicki fit what McDaniel wants to do? Can McDaniel be creative enough to keep Mike Gesicki on the field? Not just because can he block, but can he be also, productive with Tua in this offense and be a complement to Tyreek Hill and to Jalen Waddle and to the rest of this team? To me, that's the bigger question mark. Because if Gesicki doesn't fit and Gesicki can't play well, it's a dynamic of the offense that you lose. I don't believe that. I believe Gesicki will be fine. I think he will figure it out and he'll play well offensively. The blocking side of it, I don't know. That's the part that, we've never really seen from the guy. So until we actually see it from him, we probably won't believe it. You know what I'm saying? So I can understand that part, but I think he will adjust. The running backs, it's not like you're dying to decide who's the number 1. There's no need. If Sony's got a hot hand, you ride it, but he's also injury prone as hell. If Mostert's running and he's got a hot hand, you ride it, but he's also injury prone. So if you want to use Chase Edmonds, a multi-talented guy, if he's on a roll, you ride him. That's what's going to end up happening. You can see it. It's obvious, not to a national writer because they don't look at the team as closely as you and I do. But to me, running back is a committee thing, not it's who's hot type of thing. It's who's got the better feel for what's going on today. It's who fits better in this play that we're going to run. We're going to use this guy because he fits it a little bit. That's what it is. It's not a matter of figuring out, oh, no, you're the number one, and all the other guys will share the backup duties. No. But Gesicki is your best player at that position, your best athlete at that position, a guy that can make a big-time impact in your passing game, and now he's in a different offense that requires different responsibilities from prior tight ends. So what kind of an adjustment will Mike McDaniel make to accommodate Gesicki? That, to me, is the bigger question mark out of that instead of talking about the running backs. All right, let's do this. Let's take a quick break. Let's get ready for Omar Kelly and our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show is home for the hardcore Dolphins fan. That's why we give you Omar Kelly twice a week. Buckle up. It's time for the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show.
A ride, there he is. And don't forget, you can call the great people at EJD Construction so they can help you out for a complete remodel. You want custom homework, you make sure you call the great people at EJD Construction. Go to the website EJDconstruction.com. They will take care of you. Oh, how you feeling? You feeling good?
I'm good, man. Can't complain. Oh,
all right.
I shouldn't complain. Let me correct that because I can't complain. Nobody would care.
That is true. That is true. But we really shouldn't complain because there's a shit ton of people that got it way worse than us.
Absolutely.
So we're pretty damn blessed overall. I was reading an article from CBS Sports, Tyler Sullivan, and he wrote an article about the 3 things that each team in the AFC East needs to find out before the season starts. And obviously, Tua, is he ready to lead this high-powered offense? Obviously, the Tua questions are
high-powered offense.
He's high-speed offense. I'm sorry, which is true. It is a high-speed offense.
That's not necessarily accurate or reflective on what they're building, and I don't think that people. I hate when people say things like that and then aren't accurate.
All they have are rabbits on the damn team. What the hell are you talking
about? No, a high-speed offense is what Joe Philbin and Adam Gase, up-tempo, fast-paced, no huddle, hurry up.
You're going too literal. I think he's talking about that you've got Tyreek, you got Chase, you got Waddle, you got Mostert.
There's a lot of power offense.
No, I know, but I get what he's saying. You're going too literal. You're reading.
No. I work with words for a living. Not you made me like question myself in terms of what am I missing. Like we work with words for a living. We can't. And you say that, then somebody else parrots that, and then people have this expectation about this is what it's supposed to look like. No, this will be a run-based power offense.
Yeah, but it is going to be a speed because they're going to depend on a lot of big plays from fast guys. They're not. They didn't get Omar. They didn't get a bunch of fast guys to get 3-yard plays. You get what I'm saying? You don't get Waddle and Tyreek on your team and Chase and Mostert because you're expecting them to
No,
move the chains.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem
You're
that I have.
expecting them to get a chunk of the field. Those are chunk play type of players.
Here's the problem that I have, and coincidentally, you said this because I just wrote a column addressing most Dolphin fans don't have an understanding about what this offense is supposed to look like, and they don't educate themselves enough to sort of grasp it. And so then when we're going to look at it in the exhibition season, and then it's not going to resemble what it's supposed to look like, and then when you get to the regular season and it looks something completely different, then they're going to be like,
I disagree with you. I think most Dolphin fans expect a run game now is what they're expecting.
Are they?
Yeah, of course. But Omar,
no, most
it's a run
hardcore
game.
Dolphins.
It's a run game that will be complemented, hopefully, because I think that's the vision, by chunk plays. And you
be a
have the
top 10
players
rushing team in the league.
Huh?
If things work right and things pan out how they're supposed to pan out, you should, no question, no doubt, no reservation, be a top 10 rushing team in the league. And
if they are, they'll be in the Super Bowl.
And if you aren't that, then something went wrong.
Right. No, I totally understand.
But I don't think most Dolphin fans have that connection in their brain. And they know the new era of football and what fantasy football teaches them, and they haven't connected the fact that this is a throwback to the old school way that they play football.
No, I think Dolphin fans see the whole Shanahan thing. I think you're wrong on that.
No, I don't
a
think
lot of
Dolphin
fans
I can
see
tell
the whole
you.
Shanahan influence on it. And if you know anything about Shanahan, the
They
heart and
don't.
soul of every offense is running. That's always been like that.
The hardcore dude, your fan base, your audience does. The general public, I don't think they get it. I don't think they understand. I don't think they conceptualize. Like,
but this CBS writer, it's not sexy to talk about that. It's sexy to talk about Mostert and Chase and Waddle and Tyreek, because that's what sells. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So I think that's what he meant by, in general, of a high-speed offense that
But
you will have players that can
if you convey that and you teach that and you stress that, and then it's not what's delivered, you don't see the disconnect that I'm saying. Like, yes, they got a lot of speed players, and the hope is that those speed players will deliver big plays, but that's not the offense.
I think you're not giving the Dolphin Nation enough credit, because I think the Dolphin Nation understands that Mike McDaniel, at the heart and soul of it, will fix what's been wrong with the Dolphins for a long time, which is the running game and the offensive line.
That's
and
fair.
If you fix that, that opens it up for not only for you to run the ball and control the offense, but then for big plays to come from it.
But
you know what I'm saying? And that's what's sexy, Omar. Look, you're the first guy to say it, and you're always right about this, that people love to talk about QBs, no matter what, all day long, all night long, write about QBs, talk about QBs, because that's what's going to draw in the ratings and people reading and all that kind of stuff. Well, what's sexy? Sexy is to talk about the speed on a team. And that's what he was doing, because it's not sexy to talk about Armstead and everybody else powering through and rushing for 150 yards a game. That's not sexy. You know what I'm saying? And in today's, one of the things you just mentioned also, which is true, and in today's fantasy football world, you have to talk about the players that score fantasy, not the guys that actually allowed you to score in fantasy, which is those hogs up front.
Here's what I like and appreciate, and I address this in the column that I wrote. 2018 to 2020, when Mike McDaniel was the run game coordinator for the 49ers, they fifth best rushing attack in the NFL, 127 yards per game during that span. That doesn't include when he was the offensive coordinator last year, where I believe they had seventh best offense in the NFL. If you can just deliver that, 127 yards, 375 total yards of offense, which is a top 10 unit, you should be good. You should be double digits. And so what people are gonna be bothered by the fact that Tua is not gonna throw for 4,000 yards, or that Tua is not gonna be throwing the ball 40 times a game, which I think is very unhealthy and irresponsible.
No, but you never really want it to be 40 times a game, bro.
But Tannehill, Tannehill averaged 40 attempts a game for a good portion of his career. Why? Nobody knows.
Well, that's stupid coaching. That's what that was. And again, if you can't get the running game going, then you put the ball in the hands of somebody that really can't carry you, and that's stupid coaching, because that's the beauty of Mike Vrabel. Yes. He knows where Ryan is, and he doesn't put Ryan in a position where he has to carry the team. But unfortunately, in the moments where Derrick Henry gets shut down, those are the moments that Ryan gets exposed, because unfortunately he has to carry the team. We were stupid here. We didn't understand that. Like, build a hell of a running game. The kid is a game manager at best. Make him what he is. Don't make him what he isn't. And that's
the last two times that this franchise, made it to the playoffs, 2008, 2016, they had effective, efficient rushing attacks.
Right.
Put that to the side. My biggest concern moving forward, more so than everybody's obsession with Tua and the defense, and those are all things that we're going to address in the Countdown to Camp series, which began on the Sun Sentinel on the weekend, is if you do not create and have a sustainable and efficient rushing attack, you will not have the offense that you want. And it doesn't matter about Tyreek. It doesn't matter about Jalen Waddle. It doesn't matter about Mike Gesicki. It doesn't matter about Chase Edmonds, Mostert. It all depends on, can you have an efficient rushing attack that will take the pressure off Tua and keep things balanced?
Yep.
And
think about this. The closest we got to what you're talking about is the Jay Fiedler era.
No, 2016, they had it.
No, you're talking about 1 year. I said era, where multiple times they had runners that could help out Jay look better than what he was, because he was a game manager. And I give Wani credit in that sense, because he was at least dedicated to the run, knowing that he could not put Jay in a position to throw 30 plus times a game. It just wasn't smart. And if you think about it, back then, that was about that was one of the smarter ways of running the game. Unfortunately, it was running the ball, controlling, and defense without putting your quarterback in a position to have to air it out 40 times a game, because then that would put you in a bad spot. So at least I gave Wani some credit there, that he understood what he had, and that was the only way he could play the game. And at least that was smart. Whereas you have Ryan, and all of a sudden you don't develop the running game on the offensive line, and you put the ball in his hands more often, you're a nutbag for doing that. That's all.
Most of the and that's part of my question, because I think Dolphin fans, when they see this offense and then it reminds them of the Jay Fiedler, Ricky Williams rushing attack, they're gonna be like, "What is this? I didn't sign up for this. I signed up for speed and wide open and passing the ball down the field and spread formation."
But that will happen with the running game, because you're sucking everybody into the box. So it's going to open shit up for you. So that's both complement each other.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you talked about this last year when you wanted Najee. That's exactly what you were talking about, that if they get Najee and they get a power game going, the pass game is a lot easier to feed off of that.
It'll be interesting to see what happens. I could dictate and determine the success on this team on the rushing attack.
All right, so let me finally ask you the damn question, because you didn't let me ask you the damn question.
Gotcha.
So he said Tua in the offense, okay? He said how quickly the offensive line meshes. Okay, the two obvious ones, right? Here's a third one, which I disagreed with. He said, what is the pecking order in the backfield? And to me, that's not really important, because it's a situational running back core.
Yeah.
And it's who's hot, who's not, who fits better this play or that play. So I disagree with him on that one. My third one would have been actually Mike Gesicki. does he fit the offense? Because he's not the ideal type of tight end that he likes in this kind of an offense. So now it's a challenge for the coach to try to get him to fit, and it's a challenge for Gesicki to try to become more of a fit. That to me is the bigger question, because you've got to decide by the end of the year, do we extend him or not? Or do we say, have a great life? You know what I mean? If it's not Gesicki for you, because I know it's not running backs. I think you would agree with me.
No, that's crazy, because they're all platoon situational,
interchangeable, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
You and I are on the same page on this one. If it's not Gesicki, what would the third item be?
It's not Gesicki.
What is it? What is it for you?
Josh Boyer and this defense. How, Brian Flores was pulling the strings, no matter what Boyer wants to say or what this coaching staff want to say or whatever. Josh Boyer, when they actually became good, had been neutered and had taken responsibilities and roles taken away from him, which is why Gerald Alexander had to get kicked out, because he didn't want any power struggle battles. So if you're going to ask me, can Josh Boyer, right? Last year, they were the 16th best defense in the NFL, and that's after a second half surge. Can Josh Boyer do better than what they were last year?
So
with all this continuity, with development of Holland and Jalen Phillips, with healthy cornerbacks, with more pass rushing, which they should have from Melvin Ingram, with continuity. And I've always said this, and you know this, I'm not real pleased with the linebackers, because everybody is a specialist. Nobody is a do-it-all.
Right.
But when you have a unit full of specialists, you should know how, and you know their strengths and weaknesses, you should know how to utilize them better. And Josh Boyer's going to have to bring it out.
Well, I'll tell you what needs to complement those linebackers that you're talking about. The D-line needs to be dominant. The D-line really needs to make their lives a lot easier this year. And it starts with Raekwon Davis. Raekwon really needs to take that next step this year. He has to and we're getting close to his contract year now. So something tells me we're on the brink of watching that, because, there's always that magic of the contract year that motivates the hell out of players.
Yeah, contract year is next year, though. But this is the year that's going to set up the contract year.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So it's got to, and plus it's time. It's time. It usually takes a couple years, unless you're one of those freak defensive linemen that they pick top 5.
He comes from Alabama, so he's been well coached. He knows he's versatile in this scheme. He's not versatile, but he's well versed in the scheme. So he knows what he's supposed to do. The question is, I agree with you. He's the key. I think he is the key. Jalen Phillips is the key. Because if Jalen Phillips can be that complementary piece for Emmanuel Ogbah, they can have a dynamic duo, and that pins the ears back and frees up everything for if they could rush with just 4.
Yeah.
Imagine what
somebody
looks like.
Somebody puts Zach Seiler. Zach Seiler does his job, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know what more I can ask from Zach Seiler, unless you're going to make him a permanent starter, and then we can ask more from him. But from what you play, Zach Seiler, he produces.
I think there's only one permanent starter on the defense, and that's Emmanuel Ogbah. Everybody else is really a situational, game plan specific. At least that's how Flores used them. Will be interesting to see what.
Although I believe Raekwon can be a complete player.
I don't believe he can. I
think he can. I think he can.
You think he can be a third down rusher?
Yeah, I think Yes, I think he's a disruptor. Yes, I think he's a penetrator if he wants to be.
I've seen him own.
He's got the strength, the athleticism, man.
I agree with you. I've seen him own his gap. I've never seen him penetrate.
They don't ask him to do that. That's the problem. That's the thing. That's not his
fair.
job.
That's fair.
That's not his job.
Give me a very rich man if you could.
When they put the old fat guy in there the last couple of years, what's his name? He does more of that.
Old fat guy. Wow, you just disrespectful.
Yeah, he's it's like it's not really it's not Jenkins.
John Jenkins. Yeah.
When they
Damn,
put
you
him
call
in
him
there,
fat?
he's more of a penetrator. You know what I mean? I mean, the
Old
fat
and
guy thing.
fat.
The fat guy thing
John
goes for
Jenkins
all
was
D linemen. That's just not. That's a term of love. You know what I'm saying?
37. He's only 37, which is old.
That's to say he's a vet, bro. You know, so
No,
but
I'm
he's
sorry,
good.
I'm sorry.
I like
No,
him.
he's not 37. I'm
now-
sorry,
now-
I gotta go backwards. He's
By the way, it's all a term
33.
of endearment. I love the old fat guy. I think he's been productive for this team overall. He's done a good job.
I like John Jenkins as a person. He's one of the coolest dudes in the locker room. When I was loud in the locker room, only problem I have is when he replaced Raekwon Davis, he did not perform up to snuff.
Right, that's not his role. That's not his role.
No, that's not his role. But you know,
it's not his role. So
if I ask you to do it, though, you better do it.
You can try, but again, we're asking Tannehill to throw 30 plus times. You're playing with fire. You know what I mean? And so that's the beauty of coaching, Omar. You must understand what you're coaching. And then and if you don't know that person's limits and you put them in a place where they're not going to succeed, well, then don't be surprised when they don't succeed. You know what I'm saying? Because you put them in a position. Oh, your mic is. What the hell is that? What is going on with your mic? Today your mic
I got a call. I got a call, and that's it. It
got better now. Now he's gone. This is why we love Lock. It's all garbled. You're kind of back. Kind of back. All right. So what do you got going on in the Sun Sentinel so folks can check you out? That's Omar Kelly. Omar, you're gone. EJ,
my wife is committed to doing our lunchtime call, and you're interrupting that. Right now, the Sun Sentinel column that you can find out, can the wide zone scheme jumpstart Dolphins run game? As I said to you, number one question that will determine whether or not they're playoff team. Not Tua. Not Tua. That's the number one question.
You're finally coming around. Tua was never the problem.
I've always been on the run game, baby.
I'm saying Tua. I'm saying Tua. He's never been the problem.
No, I wouldn't. I don't know if he's the answer, but I've never sat here and said to you he's the problem.
See, that's why you're not on the bandwagon, because you do not know
because
that.
Because I won't say he's the answer.
He is the answer. He is the truth. He is the one and only. He is the golden child. Okay.
Name the 3 games he's shown you he's the truth. 3 NFL games he's shown you he's the truth.
He is the golden child.
Name the 3 NFL games he's shown you he's the truth.
Okay, he's the golden child.
He's the golden child. Name the 3 NFL games he's shown you.
I don't need to show you games. I've seen the person play.
No.
I've seen the person play. I've seen throws like he made in Arizona. I'm fine.
Tell me another one. Tell me another one.
I know he's not the issue, dude.
Tell
I'm not
me
worried
another
about
game. Tell me another game. He's played 21.
The
All
golden
you can
child.
Say is the Arizona game.
Okay, see, but then don't tell me that you've been on the bandwagon
and
the
this second half of Kansas City. And when he played Baltimore.
Tell me after. You're asking me games, and I'm telling you he's a player. If you're
gonna anoint somebody and you're gonna say he's the chosen one, better have 3 games that you can show me as an example.
I didn't know that was
big
the
old
rule.
callers, listeners.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that was the rule.
Games.
I didn't know that was the rule to decide whether somebody can play. I thought it was my eyes.
It is the rules. It is the rules.
My eyes tell me
he's proven he's a caretaker. He's a game manager like Tua. He has not proven he is the chosen one.
Okay, well, when he proves he's the chosen one.
When he proves it, has he done it? No. You want to say he is.
When we're in Arizona, you're going to finally say, yeah, he's the guy. Okay, all right.
When you see Arizona more than once, then we can anoint him. You have anointed him. He has not
I'm
earned it.
talking about Arizona Super Bowl this year is what I'm talking about. I get the Arizona game. I'm talking about Arizona Super Bowl. Make your reservations. We're going to be there.
If you think the Dolphins are making the Super Bowl this year.
No, winning the Super Bowl. Winning the Super Bowl. What's wrong with you? We don't just go to Super Bowls. We're going to win the Super Bowl. That's what Tua's here to do.
Goddamn.
Bring the Super Bowl title to Miami.
Hey,
what's wrong with you?
Sean, you got to clip this out for me because this conversation has gone to the land of the lava.
2021 was the tune-up. 2022 is the title. What's wrong with you?
2021 was a tune-up, okay.
And 2022 is the title. What's wrong with you?
I think he will be a better quarterback. I think he'll be a more effective quarterback. Am I ready to say he's a franchise quarterback based on what I've seen? Absolutely not. But this season we can definitely get there. Super Bowl, you're delusional.
No, Super Bowl win. Super Bowl win.
Super Bowl win.
You keep having our team just appear in the Super Bowl. No. Win the Super Bowl, okay?
This year.
And when you write your byline about them winning the Super Bowl and you're full of champagne and you're writing that article, make sure you put in there that the big old radio show said it and believed it from the get-go, and he was right.
Sean,
okay?
Clip this out, okay? Clip this out. Clip this. Cut this one out.
It's ready to go.
Listen, you're delusional, and
not the first time.
I thank you for your commitment and your conviction and the fact because you're harsh. And you're real. And I respect the shit out of that. But right now, you're delusional.
I get it.
And I love it. I love it.
This is what I've been told.
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
I'm a blind ass fan. I get it.
If they could get a rushing attack that's top 7 in the NFL, and they can have turnovers like they had in 2020, you're right. You'll be right.
Hey, talking about Ogba and Phillips, that's 20-plus sacks.
You'll be right.
You'll be right. Turnovers galore, baby.
You'll be right. Rushing attack.
What else do you want? 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 Well, I got that already. I got
top 5 in sacks. Top 5 in sacks. Top 5 in sacks.
We're going to have 2 guys in 10-plus sacks in Ogba and Jalen Phillips.
Top 7 rushing attack. Top 5 in turnovers.
There's no. Oh well, we got 2. We're definitely going to take care of the football, so that's
top
fine.
5 in sacks.
Rushing, we got Mike McDaniel and company, Frank and Campbell. They're going to get the boys running. Yeah.
If you deliver that, Super Bowl.
That's what I've been telling. See, by the end of the conversation, you finally had us there.
I became.
There we go. Now all I got to get you to say is Super Bowl win. That's the next thing I got to get you to say. Super Bowl win. See, now you're seeing it the way I'm seeing it. Everything's falling into place finally.
Hey,
the football gods are finally looking upon us.
I'm dying.
They said you have suffered enough. That's it.
I'm dying for fans to go get their look at the offense during training camp and the exhibition season, so they can get a dose of reality. Slap them in the face.
Oh, see why you end with the negativity, bro? Why are you saying that the offense is going to suck? That's basically
I think it's going to be mediocre.
Oh, I want Dolphin fans to go see the offense suck and get reality. Why? They haven't even taken the field. Why do you have to have them failing?
Because I need them to have a reality check. You are a Dolphin fan.
I've had enough of the bullshit reality the last 20 years. I don't want that reality anymore. I'm tired of that reality, bro.
So live in your blind ass Dolphin fan land.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
His name is Orlando Alzagari. Yes.
You have that right. You have that right. You've endured suffering for 20 years. You have that right.
Plus. Follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly. Catch his work there at the South Florida Sun Center, where he doesn't have us winning the Super Bowl, not even appearing at it. I mean, that's just wrong on every level. But follow him anyways and subscribe to the South Florida Sun Sentinel. And we'll definitely go into the playoffs. I mean,
8 teams superior to you roster-wise.
Deep run and winning it all. You shall see.
All right.
You'll be in Arizona. You'll be in Arizona. All right. We'll catch up later in the week. Appreciate you. There you go. Omar Kelly.
For over 16 years, EJ.
You've been listening to the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins Report with Omar Kelly. For additions, home remodeling, or custom work, call Eric at 305-433-4843. EJDconstruction.com is the custom home builder and general contractor you can trust. 305-433-4843.
We thank Omar as always. I'm gonna bring Omar to an application. Now, you all heard this, okay? Because he then says he's on the Tua bandwagon and he believes in Tua and all that, and he doesn't really believe in Tua, okay? So he's not on the bandwagon. So when we're in Arizona in February, enjoying a Super Bowl week and broadcasting out there and talking about how the Dolphins are going to win the Super Bowl, and after they win the Super Bowl, I don't want to see any of those articles say, well, I always believed in Tua and I always wanted Tua and all that. No. No bandwagon for Omar Kelly. That's all I got to say. Omar already sees it. Our offense is going to suck. Oh, man. Entire Finn's offense last year was just Tua Waddle. Now they have a better line. Tyreek, Chase, Mostert, Cedric Wilson, and an actual offensive coaching staff. Amen. All right. I hope our offense is not as bad as Omar's mic. Yeah, it was bad early on. It got better at the end. I don't know what the hell he did. Can the Dolphins now go undefeated? No, MJ, we don't want to do that. We don't want to go undefeated. Multiple reasons why. Let me explain to you why. Okay. One, we want to keep the undefeated record for the 70s team and let that, since the Dolphins already own the record, no reason to do it again. Two, we need to lose one game at least during the season. The Dolphins just got to give one away so people think they're beatable, and then they freak them out and all that, and then they just run the table the rest of the way and win the title. So, for just like suckers purposes, yeah, give them a game. That's all. 18-1, and you win the Super Bowl. Nothing wrong with that. Give up a game somewhere in the middle of the season. Oh, wow, they can be had. Sure, that's what you think. So, that's really what we want to do. Okay? That's the important stuff. That's how you get it done. Bitcoin is at 23,500. It says 23,495. This is a parabolic run right now that is going, which I again can't explain it. Decentraland is over $1. Those of us that were taking advantage of it in the 70-cent range, you are loving life right now. It's already taken off. Love it, man. This is awesome. I can't believe what's going on in the crypto market, to be quite honest with you. This makes very little sense. Very little sense. But I'll take it. I shall take it. That's for sure. All right. When sports and business collide, we do something called the KSDT, Sports Business Report. All right, this is an interesting story, and I wanted to pull it out because I talked a little bit about it with Manny, but some of you may not have been listening. But this is, everybody thinks that John Ruiz is some kind of renegade, and he's the only one dishing out money, and maybe you don't follow it, but the Alabama quarterback's making like $1 million or something close to that. Hey, listen, and I have nothing against it. We got the Cavender twins here at the University of Miami. Those young ladies are approaching $2 million already in endorsements. In fact, they were just doing something really cool for a high school where they held a basketball camp and also provided equipment for the high school girls and their season and all that stuff, which was really, really cool on behalf of the Cavender twins and their sponsors. And so the money is flowing in, and God bless these student athletes. They're taking advantage of it. On the male side, I'm not going to say on the female side, because I think on the female side, come on, man, in general, the women are a hell of a lot more responsible than we are, right? They're a hell of a lot more mature than we are. So I would venture to say, okay, women in athletics take their studying and their degrees a little more serious than the guys in general, okay? I'm not saying every guy, but, a lot of these football players aren't necessarily going for a degree. They're not really thinking about being a veterinarian or a lawyer or whatever it is, business or hospitality or something. They're not thinking of any of that. They're thinking of playing in the league, and that's it. And they all think they're going to make it in the league. So this money that's floating around, God bless them all. I don't care what school they play for. Good for them. They get one go around in this life. Take advantage of it. If you can take care of your family, then you do it. Okay? Then you do it. So, Texas Tech, in the name of image and likeness, a group of donors, boosters, and alumni pooled resources to offer local athletes NIL deals. Reportedly, they're slated to offer a gargantuan deal to its football players. Virtually each Red Raider will receive a deal for $25,000, according to the Lubbock Avalanche Journal. As their NIL activity, athletes will engage in charity and community services. Now, other collectives have been rumored to offer $1 million deals to one particular athlete or another. The Texas Tech group, called the Matador Club, is spreading $2.5 million across the team. The Matador Club is run by private donors who contribute anywhere from small amounts to major checks. The group has focused on football, will next offer funds to basketball players and baseball players. Since last year, dozens of collectives have popped up from Oregon to LSU. Collectives have been accused of offering veiled pay for play to athletes and getting involved in recruiting wars. While the NCAA has tried to publish guidance and curtailing this activity, it hasn't really slowed down any collectives yet. Most of the collectives, however, are less powerful than headlines suggest, experts have told Front Office Sports. All right, so now you've got Texas Tech pooling together $25,000 for each athlete. That's actually pretty cool, because we know the stars are going to make the money. But it's nice to see some of the other guys and role players and backups also getting a little extra money. Probably those backups are probably focused more on their degrees, because the backups probably know they're not going anywhere and they're just kind of playing football. And this is the highest point that they're ever going to get to in their athletic careers, which is an incredible accomplishment, by the way. If you play for Texas Tech, you were a hell of a football player. If you got to play in Division I, good for you. But it's a short time. It's a short life. And you might as well take advantage as much as you can. That $25,000 might get you a new car, might pay some of your bills, whatever it is. Maybe you can save some of it for the future. Hell, maybe you can get a little Bitcoin with some of that money. Be smart. I know if I was one of those students, you get $25,000, put at least $5 in a Bitcoin, leave it and let it sit there. And in a few years from then, you'll have a heck of a lot more money and you'll be really happy that you did that. I'm just saying. But Texas Tech, interesting concept. I know that UM did it at a lower level for each kid, but this one is pretty cool. 25,000. That's impressive. That is your KSDT CPA Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right. Appreciate all of you out there for supporting us here on the program. Thank you. What else do we have here that I wanted to mention on the show? We got a bunch of things, by the way. Drive Pink Stadium tonight, sold out, 8 o'clock. Barcelona taking on Inter in a friendly. By the way, is that on TV? Does anybody know? Do you know, Sean, if that's on TV? We have breaking news. Twitter can fast-track its lawsuit against Elon Musk over his canceled buyout, according to a Delaware judge. The trial will take place in October. Elon buying Twitter might have been a good thing, actually. But whatever. What are you going to do, right? And now that he backed up on it, I'm not smart enough to know if they have a case or he has a case or what. That I don't know. That I can tell you. What else do we have here? The thing is that with all these toxic blind Dolphin fans, they want a Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers type and nothing under that, and they continue to compare him to that, and it really frustrates me. I think Tua can be a great quarterback. So he just may look different than others, but I think he can be a great quarterback. Smart kid, super accurate, knows how to read defenses. I'm not really worried about the people that are comparing him to any of that. I just want to see them go have success, and I just want to see the kid have success. I know once Tua starts winning, he'll win those people over that were doubting him, and he'll prove the other ones wrong. Okay, that's all. The Dolphin fans that doubted him will start to love him, and the people that doubted him will start to believe. That's all. And that's just part of, hey, Josh Allen. Nobody thought he was going to be this guy at all. I certainly didn't. I watched the Senior Bowl, and because I didn't watch Wyoming football. But I was at the Senior Bowl, and he couldn't hit the side of a barn. I was like, this is a disaster. And then the first year just proved that I was right. And then after that, he made drastic improvements. Now, he's still not accurate enough like you really want him to be. He still has his erratic moments at times. He'll still have those throws that will go awry, and you can't explain it. So let's not make it sound like he's a perfect passer. But he is a freak of a talent, and he is a gamer. And that's one thing you can't teach any quarterback. Either you are or you're not. And that's where I give Josh Allen a lot of credit. That when he needs to make a play, a lot of times he can make that play. And that's why he's a badass. And then he's a ginormous human being on top of all of that. And he's a freakish athlete for his size. You got to give the kid a lot of credit for being able to overcome a lot of stuff. And it proves that maybe he wasn't a bad quarterback. It was that he was just in a bad situation where Wyoming had no talent and he kind of had to carry them. And it was just too hard for him to carry them by himself because, of course, like any quarterback, they all need help. All of them. Because they cannot do it by themselves, no matter what anybody tells you. Somebody's got to block. Somebody's got to run. Somebody's got to run the right routes. Somebody's got to be able to catch. Others have to be able to block downfield. There's so much. Coaches have to call the right plays. All of these things are so important for any QB to have success. So that's why, for me, I don't worry about what other people say or what they're trying to compare Tua to, and because he doesn't look like Josh Allen or he doesn't look like Trevor Lawrence, there's no way he can ever be a great quarterback because he's not a ginormous human being that can run really fast. No. There's plenty of quarterbacks that have been his size and have lesser arms, and they've had success. he's going to convince a lot of people, a ton of people. What does Financial Times say? Twitter won an early victory. Let me see, they might explain a little bit more. An early victory in the legal battle to force Elon Musk to complete his abandoned $44 billion takeover of the company after a judge sided with the social media company and set a timetable for the fast-track trial to start. There you go. So they can actually force him to buy it. Interesting. Very interesting.
It'll be
sir.
On the TUDN network or Fubo TV for that.
Oh, okay.
In the US, it's
Okay.
on Barca Plus nationally, I guess, or internationally.
So it's in tuned in and or tuned or whatever the hell that's called.
I don't know. It's just TUDN and Fubo TV.
Okay.
So at least
I don't
that's the
think I have-
channel that they're saying what I looked up.
I have the tuned. I don't have the I don't have Fubo. I don't think I have Fubo. I don't know. Does YouTube have Fubo? I don't think so. I don't think that. Isn't that like something on what's that other service? It's that other one that is on Roku, I think it is. I think that's where that Fubo TV is on Roku. Probably. Maybe I could be completely off on that.
No, Fubo's its own thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wow.
it says you can stream USA Network, ESPN, ESPN2, CBS Sports, all those.
Okay. All right. I thought it was
And
just a
TUDN's
clothing
actually
line.
on Fubo too.
I thought that was just a clothing line. Okay.
Yeah, and
Big
it's
O,
also
the Dolphins win the Super. What?
No, I'd
What'd
say
you
it's
say?
apparently the official streams for a lot of soccer, the Liga, Women's World Cup, MLS, UEFA. So they got a lot of soccer connections.
Yeah. No, I've heard of Fubo. I'm just screwing around with the clothes. Jonathan Cago says, Big O, if the Dolphins win the Super Bowl, I will happily send you $500 in Bitcoin for being a genius. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. That 5K you talk about investing in Bitcoin, which one you recommend asking for a friend? Bitcoin. Right now, you only buy Bitcoin and Ethereum. Right now. Right now is the only thing that I would tell you to buy because it's still at a terrific price. Everything else has gone up. So I would not suggest that unless, as I've told all of you out there, if you want to start off, you get 100% pie. I don't care what it is. $10, $100, $1,000, $50,000, whatever it is you can afford to invest and lose, because that's how you should always treat any kind of investment. 40% Bitcoin, 30% Ethereum, 10% Cardano, 10% Polkadot, and 10% Avalanche. Okay? Or Polygon. You can do that. There you go. 40, 30, 10, 10, and 10. Make it nice and easy, and you'll be fine. And those of you that have invested in Polygon, like I told you, you are loving life, dude. Big time. Crypto J says, crazy buying Bitcoin and ETH. Well, you're a smart man. You're a smart man. That will definitely that will pay off for you in a couple of years. You will be a very happy man. All right, let's go to George Richards. Let's find out what the hell the Panthers are doing. Doesn't seem like much, but we'll find out with George Richards next, right here on our lockdown segment, our Locksmith.com lockdown segment with George Richards to start off hour number 4.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Time for the Lockdown segment with Florida Panthers insider George Richards. This lockdown is brought to you by A. Lenny Locksmith Services. Count on them 24 hours a day. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com. Here's FloridaHockeyNow.com insider George Richards.
There he is. Any truth, George? You also signed a 1-year contract with the Panthers.
I got a 1-year, 2-way deal. Yes.
Okay.
So.
All right. Is this a record for 1-year deals that you've been covering in a Panthers offseason?
Hey, back in the day, that's all the Panthers could get players to sign here for. So, yeah, I mean, listen, we talked about it last week. This team didn't have any money into the cap. We talked on Tuesday. It didn't look like they were going to buy out Patrick Hornquist, and they have not done that. And they still could. There's a second, but I don't think they will. But something's got to happen because they're over the salary cap now, even with Anthony DeClaire's money being subtracted, and that's a temporary move.
Right.
They're going to have to do something, but it is what it is.
So talk to us. What should Panther fans be impressed with this offseason? What additions do you think are going to be real difference makers for this team? Because right now, the way it looks, you've taken a couple of steps back, and I don't know how you get back to where you were unless there's a whole bunch of Anthony Duclairs in this 1-year deals here.
And that's what you're hoping for, right? An Anthony Duclair situation, a hungry player who was disappointed that he was let go by Ottawa. Colin White.
Chris Hayes, Duclair. What's the other guys that they've brought in over the last couple of years?
Oh, Sam Bennett. Sam Bennett's one of those guys that got a fresh start here and really rebounded from that. Carter Verhaeghe was in a different situation.
Riley, who just re-signed with the Vegas, right? Riley
Smith,
on a
he came here
1-year
in a trade
deal,
with
and then
Boston.
he kind of made a name for himself. So
absolutely,
it's happened. If you really look back the last 5 or 6 years, that's happened to them a lot. That they've picked up these guys on 1-year deals, and then you're like, holy shit, this guy's. What was the name of the guy
Frank
they got?
Vetrano.
Vetrano
was one of those,
and the guy they picked up from Tampa a couple years back.
Carter Verhaeghe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But he was a different situation because he was a young guy that just couldn't crack that lineup, right? So
right.
Carter Verhaeghe in Tampa Bay just couldn't find playing time. Florida gave him a 1-year deal to make something of himself here, and boom, you put him on the top line with Sasha Barkov, and look at him now. But listen, give
me hope. Give me hope. Tell me there's a guy or two here that you think could be like some of those guys of the past.
Well, they're hoping Colin White is one of those guys. This is a guy that was a first-round pick in Ottawa, signs a 5-year contract extension, played through some injuries. Florida's hoping he could be a top 6 guy. And when healthy, he looks like a guy that can give you a lot of depth move. He's under team control. You got him for $1.1 million very cheaply. This looks like one of those the ceiling, high ceiling signing for $1 million. And because the Florida Panthers are the Florida Panthers right now, players like that want to come here. When those players became free agents, they said, oh, Florida's on the phone? Yeah, I'll go there, because you look at their recent track record. You look at the players you're going to get to play with. Even Nick Cousins, he's a third, fourth line guy, signs a 2-year deal from Nashville. But you see what Ryan Lomberg has done with Florida, playing on that fourth line. Ryan Lomberg, nobody ever heard of Ryan Lomberg. And now he's a fan favorite here. And Nick Cousins can be a fan favorite kind of guy. You talk about a guy with some attitude and some, that old sandpaper, plays tough, but he can score. He's going to give you some depth on the third and fourth line. I like that signing. And the one that nobody, outside of the math folks talk about is Rudy Balcers, the guy that they got from the San Jose Sharks. He was bought out by the Sharks, and he's a guy that's kind of, got a lot of potential. Some of these guys, I think, are going to come to training camp with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder because they thought that they had futures with the franchises, and they all went in a different direction. Now they're coming to Florida surrounded by good coaching, surrounded by good players, surrounded by a good organization, and playing for the common good and not playing for running out the streak. That was the thing with Colin White. That was the thing with Rudy Balcers. They played on some crummy teams in San Jose and Ottawa. And now you're in Florida, you're going to try and earn your way and keep this team at a high level.
George, so what happens with the Huberdeau move? Because, You know he needs a new contract.
Yeah.
He's a year away. So it looks like they don't have any money to do that contract right now.
No, not true. Not true.
Oh,
They're
not
fine.
true.
No, because Huberdeau's got 1 year left on his contract. He's at $5.9 million this year.
No, but my point.
He's getting an extension, but he'll get his extension. That'll get done. Yeah.
That's my point. They can't talk about that now. It'll have to be next year, is what it sounds like.
No. They can sign it. No, they can sign it at any point because it doesn't kick in.
But
No,
they can agree with it, but it won't be it won't be on top of the money that's now. It's just an extension, so it doesn't kick in until 2 years.
Same idea as Sasha Barkov. Sasha Barkov signs his contract last year, that 8-year deal for $10 million per season. He signs that before the opening night. He still played on last year's contract. Like that's why last year was such a big year for the Panthers, because you had Sasha Barkov at $5.9 million. You had Huberdeau at $5.9 million. You still had some cap flexibility because those guys were still on their team-friendly deals. This year, you've got Mackenzie Weegar on a team-friendly deal, probably for the last year. Mackenzie Weegar is probably going to want $7.5 million a year. I don't think the Panthers can sign that. And as I've told you, I think Florida's going to say, we're going to sign one of them long-term. The thought is it's going to be Jonathan Huberdeau.
Yeah.
Mackenzie Weegar, you've earned this. You've earned the right to go make some big bucks. But you're not going to trade him. You're going to rent him yourself because you can't get anybody as good as Mackenzie Weegar for $3.5 million. So you keep him. You let him walk at the end. You say, thanks, bud. We appreciate you. And you hope that he helps you win a Stanley Cup.
If things aren't going well, then he's a trade chip.
Let's say the Panthers. Right? Let's say the Panthers hit the skids and are out of the playoffs. Which this is not. No, this team is still playing for the Stanley Cup.
It should be a playoff team. Yeah.
But let's say they've got 8 injuries and they're playing the minor league team and they're 15 points out of a playoff spot. Yes, at the trade deadline, then you trade Mackenzie Weegar because he's not doing any good. He's not going to help you win the Stanley Cup. You might as well get a couple draft picks for him.
All right. One of the complaints I had about this team was that it was too soft. And to Bill Zito's credit, since he took over, he made them tougher.
Sure.
But he's still not at that point yet. So the additions, is that leading them to guys that are going to help them sacrifice a little bit more in blocking pucks and doing all the dirty work stuff that they need? Because it's kind of, we always talk here about edge energy drink. That's kind of what the Panthers were missing. That one edge, that physical, that edge, and the dirty plays and all that. They had the offense down pat. Their offense is freaking amazing.
Yeah.
But it's that defensive side of it. Do you see the players that they added will help in those areas?
Yeah, I think because the Panthers couldn't go out and be big players on the free agent market. And in fact, they really haven't been since Bill Zito took over. If you remember his first year, his signings were like Radko Gudas and Carter Verhaeghe and Anthony Duclair, guys that came in fairly affordable guys. Last year, it was all about keeping your guys, right?
Right.
This year, he didn't have the money, and he went after tough guys that have upside. You're looking at Nick Cousins. You're looking at Mark Stahl, a defensive defenseman. You might put him with Radko Gudas on your bottom pairing. Listen, your top 2 lines are the offensive guys. That's going to be Barkov, and that's going to be Huberdeau, and those guys are going to be there to score. But you look at the third line. The third line's going to be able to score because you got Anton Lundell. You're going to have whoever else plays with him. Then your fourth line is going to be pretty darn tough because even if Patrick Hornquist isn't here, which I don't know how you can still keep Patrick Hornquist at $5.3 million when you're $3 million over the cap. Even if he's not here, you're still going to have some big time hard hitting guys, and then we'll see where it goes.
All right, when you look at this team, right? For next year, okay, we talk about no cap space, but now you're telling me, obviously, with Huberdeau and Weegar are contracts you're going to have to give up, but Weegar may not be one of those. And I know I'm getting ahead of myself now. Next year, are they going to have cap space, or does it seem like it will be another tight year because of the Huberdeau move and all the other stuff that's coming down the line?
Well, one reason why the Panthers have cap problems this year is that they've got a 5.2 million, something like that, 5.5 million cap reduction from buying out Keith Yandel last year. That goes back to $1 million. So you're getting $4 million back on the cap. The NHL's hoping to raise the salary cap by at least $1 million, perhaps $2 million. So that gets you $6 million in cap that you don't have this year. Now, Jonathan Huberdeau is going to suck up a big chunk of that, right? I mean, because he's going to go from $5.96 million, basically, closer to 10. Just like this year, 4 more, Sasha Barkov's getting a $4 million raise. Carter Verhaeghe is getting a $3 million raise. So, and then you've got the Keith Yandel thing. So next year, it loosens up a little, but the Florida Panthers are right now the kind of team that are going to be up against the cap because now you're paying guys big time money. They're getting into Tampa Bay territory. They're getting into Vegas Golden Knight territory because if you're going to keep your players, you're going to have to pay your players. And there's just not enough cap space to do it for everybody. So Florida should have cap relief next year, but they won't be out of the woods. They won't be the Buffalo Sabres, who are $25 million over the cap. And if you're a Florida Panther fan, I don't think you ever want to see those days again because that means your team stinks.
Yeah, they're not good. But they're not a good team. Exactly. So
right.
It's not. Yeah,
right.
Yes.
The teams that have all the salary cap space in the world stink.
Right. Exactly. Yes.
Except for Colorado. Colorado's done it pretty well, but yeah.
So is the Bob contract?
Not for another 2 years, but I know where you're going. It's unmovable for 2 years.
Right. And that's really the thing that's kind of also bogging them down too, right?
It is and it isn't. I mean, because you're looking at if you look at it, the Panthers are basically spending $11 million in goaltending. $10 million is going to Bob and $1 million is going to the kid, Spencer Knight. And that's still a lot. You're still spending $11 million in goalies. That's still a lot. But even if you got rid of it, let's say you want to trade Bob and you're able to do it, you're going to have to keep money, right? You're going to have to retain out of that $10 million. Let's go to the low side and say 40%. That's $4 million. Who are you going to get to back up Spencer Knight for $4 million a year?
Right.
I don't know. So, so anyway, Sergei Bobrovsky's contract, as I told you last week or 2 weeks ago, it was a 7-year deal, but it was really a 5-year deal. After year 5, the no trade goes away. A lot of the real money goes away. A lot of the signing bonus goes away. If you want to buy him out, you can buy him out after year 5. You can't now. You can't next year because the cap hit's too huge. You can't trade him right now unless he approves it. In 2 years, you can. So I think the Panthers are like, hey, by then, Spencer Knight's going to be 22, 23 years old. I think we can live with this. You've got, especially with Bob playing the way he did last year. He was the best guy in the playoffs for the Panthers, except for, Carter Verhaeghe in round 1.
Right, Verhaeghe was he was a superstar.
He was a monster. And how quickly that got forgotten, right? I mean, I was watching one of those games the other day. I was like, I forgot how good Carter Verhaeghe was in round 1 because of how bad they played.
He was our superstar in that one.
Mm-hmm.
He
showed up, boy.
I mean, all right, listen, but Barkov and Huberdeau never performed like that in the playoffs. That guy
Huberdeau had a bad round 2. He had a bad round 1 and 2. Barkov, I was watching.
He was all right.
Barkov was, but he wasn't great. He looked hurt, and I asked him, "Were you hurt?" I mean, because he was getting knocked off the puck. Anyway, that's a story for another day. He'll tell me eventually, but it was one of those you could tell Barkov was not himself.
Damn, dude. Damn, and he's so good.
Yeah, it sucks because lost opportunities. These opportunities do not come very often in the National Hockey League.
Amen. Hell, man. Last time they were in the finals,
that window is closing.
Yeah, last time our Cats made it to the finals is 96. So yeah, those opportunities don't come often, brother. No doubt about it. All right, follow him on Twitter at George Richards, and of course, Florida Hockey Now. Subscribe like I do and many others. What are you working on Florida Hockey?
Well, we've got a bunch of stuff coming this week. Obviously, it's slow with free agency. Last week we had seriously Big O 50 stories online last week.
I saw it.
It
I read a
was,
lot of
yeah,
them.
I mean, it was a lot of stuff. So this week we've kind of pared it down a little bit. But we're talking to Mark Stahl today. He's the defenseman that's coming in. He played, all those years, he's an NHL veteran guy, comes in at $750,000 for a guy that's, a 16-year NHL veteran. He's hungry to help this team after the last year in Montreal. So we're working on that. We've got some more lineup stuff. If you want to check out FloridaHockeyNow.com and look and see what the Panthers lineup will look like on opening night or may look like, that's online there too. So it's been a great month for us, Big O. Thank you for your help and your support. This has been one of our biggest months of all time. So we appreciate it, bud.
Well, we're there for you, brother, as always. And that's what this platform's about, man. This platform's for the South Florida sports fan all over the world. And
I wore this for you today, buddy.
There we go. With the real logo, too. With the
Jimmy
real
Johnson
logo.
That's
yeah,
right.
not that crappy ass whale that they've got going on now. God, what a terrible logo. I can't wait for Tom Garfinkel to change that damn logo back to that logo there. Put your own spin on it like they did in the 90s. That's fine with me, but please bring back the logo. God. Give us our logo. Yeah. Gotta have the helmet. Yes, please. Bring back our logo. George, much love. We will catch up next week, my friend. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, brother, man. Appreciate you.
You got it. A. Lenny Locksmith. You get locked out of your home. You get locked out of your car. You call alennylocksmith.com. Right there, 855. They are always there to help you out, man. 855-869-5625. That's 855-869-5625. You get locked out of your home. You get locked out of your car. You need to program those car keys. They do it all. And I don't care if you live in Miami or all the way up in Port St. Lucie, baby. You call the folks at alennylocksmith.com, Tampa and Orlando offices, and even in Phoenix. And I know we got some Arizona watchers out there and listeners. Go visit A. Lenny Locksmith. That's your lockdown segment.
This has been the Florida Panthers Lockdown segment, brought to you by A. Lenny Locksmith Services. Count on them 24 hours a day. Call 855-869-5625 or go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
All right, so let me get into a little bit of some Dolphins talk, if you guys don't mind, if I get a little Dolphins talk. And the rookies report today. And one of the things that I find humorous is when people tell me, well, the rookies aren't reporting. That's no big deal. I don't expect any of the rookies. And you know what, man? For those of us that are football fans, for those of us that are Dolphin fans, for those of us that are intrigued with the team from beginning to end, and we want to see the development of the team, the core of the team, the role players, all those kind of guys, it's super important that rookies are part of all of this. And to think that they're not going to contribute is also crazy, because we've seen young players come in. Brandon Jones has come in and helped out. Last year, Jalen Phillips came in right from the get-go. Nick Needham came off the street and helped out. Even Salvin Ahmed came off the street and helped out, right? Myles Gaskin was a 7th rounder and has helped out. Guys will help out at different levels, whether they're street free agents or high draft picks or middle round draft picks or late round draft picks or street free agents. So to not put importance, and let me give you a couple examples, okay? So you're not expecting much from the rookies. So who's to say Channing Tindall cannot contribute? I disagree. I know that he has a weakness, they say, in coverage, but he can help out sideline to sideline. He can help out in the running game. And sure, eventually they will test him. They will put him in positions where he will have to cover. And, it's going to be up to him to respond and adjust to all of this. But to think that linebacker, a 3rd-round linebacker, can't contribute, that's ridiculous. Linebackers usually are in the middle rounds. And plenty of them contribute, start, dominate, whatever. So to think that Tindall can't be a part of this offense and it's not important, or to cast him aside and think, well, there's no chance he'll contribute early on, that's not giving that young man a chance, because there's plenty that have been in his position that we've underestimated and they have come out to shine. So Channing Tindall could be a guy that is ready to shine. So let's give him a chance. Here's another one. And it sounds crazy, right? Erica Zukama. All right. I'm dying to talk to the kid and make sure how the hell you pronounce his last name, if it is Ezukama. But the size, the athleticism that he has. Is he raw? Of course. But here's a kid that might be able to be a situational player. So I'm going to be intrigued to see how they're practicing him early on. And see if they're using him in the run game, well, then, he's not going to have the entire run tree. It's only going to be a specific type of plays. Are they going to use him like Devontae Parker? Big body down the sideline, fades, those kind of things. I want to see. Who's to say that Erica Ezukama, just because you have the other receivers in place, he can't contribute? I think that's crazy. I'm not telling you he will, but to count him out, it's ridiculous. I'll give you an extreme one. Are you ready for an extreme one? Skylar Thompson. Now, for you Tua haters, that's not where I'm going, okay? So obviously, I am not even close to being a Tua hater. I am the biggest Tua supporter and believer in the kid. So I'm not telling you Skylar Thompson is important to the big picture of what's going. No, not at all. But if Skylar Thompson starts to show you that he can play the quarterback position and that he can grow from that position, guess what? Now you got yourself a young player that you can develop, and Teddy Bridgewater, who you're paying a lot to be a backup, can now leave at the end of the year since he only signed a one-year deal. And if Skylar Thompson shows you enough growth, maybe he shows you enough growth to become the backup quarterback next year. And maybe, you just never know, does he develop into the kind of guy that becomes a trade chip? Does he become a guy that maybe he can be used in a situational spot where you use him more as a runner so you don't put Tua at risk in a specific play? I don't know. That could be 2 years from now. But to think that Skylar Thompson has no chance, of course, that's the easy thing to say. He's a late round pick. He's a third quarterback and all that. It's obvious. But give the kid a chance because he might just surprise you. And maybe your front office is pretty good and found a diamond in the rough that they can develop into a backup quarterback. I'm not telling you franchise or anything like that, but you might get something out of him. And let me tell you, if you're a Dolphin fan, you're praying for the development of Skylar Thompson. Why? Because that allows you to keep the cap number low. You're not paying Tua still for a couple more years. If you can develop a backup quarterback that, again, he will not get a contract for a couple more years, that keeps your overall quarterback number down. So this year, it's all about Teddy being your backup. The question is, can Skylar show you enough to become that guy in 2023 is the question. So to say that these guys have no shot and that they're not that important and it's no big deal, well, what about Kader Kahu, the Texas A&M cornerback? Is he the next Nick Needham? How do you know? How do I know? I don't. You don't either. None of us do. So I want to find out about all the defensive backs that they have there, or linebackers, or D linemen, or extra O linemen, right? The Robert Jones kid came out of nowhere, and he's a guy that people have been intrigued with. Now they've kept him around here, and nobody talks about him, but he might end up becoming one of the starters on the offensive line when it's all said and done, and you found him off the street. To overlook any talent that's going into camp and say, whatever. Look, I get it if it's a veteran and a guy that's been on 8 teams and all that, and they're picking him up for depth purposes, and I get that. But when you talk about some of these young guys that have never had an opportunity and you really don't know who they are and what they bring to the table, because we didn't know who Nick Needham was, and we all know Nick Needham now, and we had no idea who Salvon Ahmed is, and it's a lesser extent, but he did help out for little windows. You just never know. Sethan Carter came in and has earned a spot and has helped out, and not a guy that plays a lot, but clearly they found the guy that they think is a good backup type of tight end. So don't underestimate these guys. Give them a chance first. Okay? Especially these young guys. When you haven't seen them, we don't really know who they are, and then you'll find out if they fit here. By the way, at Craig Zinn's Acura Pembroke Pines, they are celebrating their 14th anniversary. And for 12 straight years now, they've been the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Go check out the 2023 Integra. It is a beautiful car. They've got it in stock right now. Yeah, the 2023 models are already rolling in. 2022 TLX technology package at $479 a month. And folks, the certified pre-owned vehicles, they've got a fine selection there on the lot. You're going to love it. And they've got financing as low as 0.99% on the RDX, MDX, ILX, and TLX. So get on down to 15601 Pines Boulevard, just off of I-75 in Pines. Finest dealership in the business, baby. It is Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Florida-born, Kentucky-bred. Thank you, sir, for giving me a little love on the Super Chat. Sean and I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we've got the All-Star game tonight. And we've got some pissed off Marlins fans. And the Marlins fans are pissed off because Sandy Alcantara has had a better year than Clayton Kershaw. Those are the facts. They are. They're the facts. And I can understand the Marlins fan that wants to see Sandy starting. Makes a lot of sense. But can I tell you that the decision of starting Clayton Kershaw also makes a ton of sense? I know Clayton hasn't had the better year out of the two. He's had a good year, but he's had the better career, and he's a champion. And he's been one of the great pitchers of this era. And they're playing in Los Angeles. And if the game was in Miami, I would hope that Sandy would get the same respect. Because Clayton Kershaw has earned the respect, obviously more than Sandy, because he's done it for a longer amount of time. But he's in his hometown. And in a way, you're not picking some crappy pitcher just because you're in the hometown, and you're picking a guy that's, the 5th or 6th best guy in that all-star rotation, or 8th guy or 10th guy or something. No. You're picking one of the best pitchers in the last 20 years. You're picking a guy that is a champion, and you're picking a guy that is now playing in his hometown. And this was the only reason why Sandy should not start. And I think Sandy's mature enough. I also think Sandy is professional enough to understand that Clayton Kershaw kind of deserves this. He's earned this over his career. So while Sandy may have the better season at the moment, Kershaw is a surefire Hall of Famer that has won a ton of games, a championship, and he's in his hometown and in a city that is one of the few cities left, by the way, that truly supports baseball on a hardcore level, because they're still getting 4 million people to come through the gates. It's pretty impressive. So the only thing I would tell the Marlins fan out there, okay, is this. I understand your frustrations, and you have every right to be frustrated. But in this case, this is the right thing to do for the right person in the right city, in the right hometown of this team. And I would hope that you would do the same thing in any other town that's being held the All-Star game, and one of their great players is on the team. And if he happens to be the pitcher, then yeah, he should get the nod in that All-Star game. A lot of your fans in that stadium are going to be the hometown fans. They've earned that. They support your team all year long. They support baseball. They support that player. Reward that city and those fans with their star starting out their, exhibition performance game presentation, whatever the hell you want to call it. I think it's a cool thing. This is the only reason why Sandy should not start, and I don't have a problem with Clayton Kershaw starting. Now, I'll tell you this. Sandy better be number 2. He better be the guy that comes in after Clayton Kershaw. That's all I'm saying. Okay? I get it. You want to start Clayton Kershaw. You're in Los Angeles. Reward the fans. God bless you, man. It's the right thing to do for baseball. It's the right thing to do for Clayton Kershaw, the Dodgers, the stadium, everything. It's the right thing to do. I have a problem with that. But Sandy better be the second player out of that bullpen to be the starting pitcher. Okay? That's all I'm saying. He better be that guy. All right, 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. That is true what you just said. It was just a rumor. They were just saying that about Barry to the Dolphins. Oh, okay. Somebody's asking me about asking me an old thing that I answered. All right, what else do we have here? We've already addressed these stupid narratives about this being Tua's last chance, and now some even putting even dumber nothing that pressures on McDaniel. It's funny because another QB and a new coach and a setup for them like this year, Tua's this year, and was Herbert his new coach last year. How come there isn't an outcry to oust Herbert and his coach after failing to reach the playoffs with all that talent? What's worse, seeing some black sports analysts calling for Greer's head if things don't go well in this year, or for passing up on Herbert? It's beyond ridiculous and sad, the hate for QB1 and GM. And he says, Omar contradicts himself so much, it's embarrassing. He first tells us Flores was always running the defense, and in the same sentence tells us that Boyer was then neutered. What? Neutered from what if Flores is running the show? That's true, actually. I didn't think about that, but yeah, if he was always running the show, then you never got neutered, right? Yeah, I get what you're saying. Listen, this is what I say to Omar and all the fans out there and every media member in the world. You can tell me Flo was running the defense. You can tell me Josh was running the defense. I'll tell you this. The front office knows what was going on. They know who was running what. And they kept Josh Boyer. So he must have been doing something. If he wasn't running the defense at all, I doubt they keep that kind of continuity, because then all of a sudden it would be completely new to him. And Josh Boyer, I believe in a press conference, said outright that he was calling the plays. And it looked like a man with conviction, and it looked like a man that wanted to make sure that you understood that, like, I did this, whether you want to believe it or not. I did this. Like, there was serious conviction behind it. Go back and go check out that press conference. This is what I will tell everybody, and I'll repeat it again. The front office kept Josh Boyer. So if they kept him, there must be some truth out of what Boyer is saying. And I don't believe that Flo was in charge of the defense the entire time. I believe he overlooked it. I believe he might have, made a suggestion, made a change or two, but I think Boyer overall was calling the defense. It could be the only reason why they kept him. Because if he didn't have the experience, why would you put somebody in that position? And Boyer will then say, I'm sure in press conferences, which he can't say, this is new to me, and I'm adjusting to making all the play calls. I never did this before. He said he did them. So to me, he must have done it at one point or another. And the front office must say, yeah, no, we're good with what he did because they know football. Big O, I just got back into town from Orlando with the family. I'm excited that rookies report today, man. Let's get this season going, baby. Payback season for all the haters. Fins up. GP Trap doesn't want to listen to Omar any longer. Says he mutes him. Oh, man. By the way, don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button while you're watching. Okay? Make sure you smash that like button. Did you see what's making a comeback? Did you all find out about what's making a comeback here in the world? And you know the world is a good place when this is coming back. You get to be a Toys R Us kid again. That's right. Toys R Us, Left for Dead, making a comeback. The toy store brand will be just about everywhere for the holidays. Toys R Us will be in every U.S. Macy's store in the next few months, part of an expanded partnership with the toy retailer's parent company, WHP Global. The toy stores will range from the size of 1,000 square feet in smaller locations up to 10,000 square feet in the flagship Macy's of Atlanta, Chicago, Honolulu, Houston, Los Angeles, New York, San Francisco, and Miami. So we will get 10,000 square feet of Toys R Us. There you go. The stores will open up in late July through October 15th. Macy's plans some customer-friendly perks, including some demonstration tables for new toys and life-size giraffes. Also, Jeffrey the Giraffe, of course. The once-storied toy store went bankrupt and closed all stores in 2018. It attempted several unsuccessful comebacks via various owners, but Toys R Us got a new lease on life last year thanks to Macy's partnership when the two companies agreed to sell toys on Macy's website and opened up shops within shops at 400 department stores. Toys R Us products have been available on Macy's websites and Toys R Us since last August. WHP Global bought the toy retailer from True Kids, which took over the failing brand in liquidation sales. So if you want to be a Toys R Us kid, all you got to do now is go to Macy's. And you, my friends, can be a Toys R Us kid. How about that? Is that awesome or what? Gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. Ah, Lordy. All right. What else do we have going on in the world of deportes that we can talk about? We'll be at Hialeah Park on Thursday, by the way. We'll be broadcasting live out there. We'll be at the KSDT CPA offices on Friday. So looking forward to that. By the way, Red Recover is a proud sponsor of our program, and I use it every day. Here's my hat I use every day, and there's the battery that you charge. You turn it on. Boom. There you go. I tell you all the time. I'm actually on Thursday going to get a shoulder wrap, too, for my shoulder to relieve pain. And I've been telling you about Red Recover. And listen, if you're dealing right now with chronic pain and issues right now, you got to listen to me, okay? And even if you're losing your hair, you start to lose your hair and you want to try to grow it back naturally, you want to get pain-free naturally, no drugs, nothing. Go to redrecover.com. Check out the blogs. Check out the video blogs. Hayden Hurst, a former first-round tight end for the Cincinnati Bengals, uses Red Recover as part of his daily recovery program to optimize performances. You can also check out his video blog there at redrecover.com. It's ideal for anybody suffering from chronic pain, such as arthritis, neck, lower back discomfort. 15 minutes a day will bring about tremendous relief. You'll feel better without using any medication whatsoever. Red Recover is 100% natural with no side effects. So that means it's great for kids. They're running around all summer and they get the sprains and the strains. They've got the wraps for your knees, for your ankles, for your back, for your neck, for your shoulders. I'm telling you, you want to check it out at redrecover.com, and you want to get 10% off. All you got to do is use the code Big O at redrecover.com. If you want the hat to try to grow back your hair, it might be on the website. If it's not, go to contact us and send them an email, and they'll put you on the waiting list for the hat. Look, Red Recover is wearable red and infrared wraps in the market with 3 different light wavelengths to help you optimize recovery and performance. It is going to be an absolute blessing. So check it out. Go to redrecover.com. Stop living in pain. Stop living in discomfort. Call the great people at redrecover.com. Use our code Big O, and you'll get 10% off. Big O, what's good with Joe Shad? We are Joe is in recovery mode, and hopefully we will get him back soon. Okay. So the other thing that I wanted to talk to Dolphin fans about, which I thought was kind of interesting with all of this, Tyler Sullivan is a writer for MSNBC, and he wrote an article for, actually, it looks like it's a CBS Sports article, but it's on the MSNBC website. And his article was the 3 things that each team in the AFC East need to know before the season starts. And a couple of them were really obvious, right? He starts out with Tua, which, of course, you're dying to find out. He says, is Tua ready to lead this high-speed offense? And it's true. You know, everybody's trying to find out. To me, it's not even a concern. I'm more concerned about the offensive line, the running game. That's what I need to happen. Tua will do his job. I'm not worried about that. Tua can't do his job if you can't block and run the damn ball. You know, so I'm not worried about it, but it's a legitimate concern for the rest of the people out there, and for a lot of you Dolphins that I guess don't believe in the kid. He's not tall enough, not strong enough, doesn't have a strong enough arm, whatever the hell, you want to come up with. That's fine. I can deal with that. How quickly can the offensive line mesh? Very good point. Legitimate concern by everybody. Armstead, Connor are established, but they've got to get in a groove. And then everybody else, and Jackson and Hunt and Eichenberg, they all got to get it going, right? So it's a big question, because without that O-line, it's really hard to succeed, period. There will be no playoffs, no deep playoff run, no Super Bowl run, no Super Bowl title if that offensive line isn't playing well. That goes for any team. They need that offensive line playing well. Not Pat Mahomes got his ass kicked because his offensive line sucked in the Super Bowl. Here's where I disagreed with the writer, and what I'd like to see for those of you that are on the chat board right now, or if you're listening on the podcast later on, send me an email at bigradioshow@yahoo.com or on the Welton Rayom text line 855-912-1056. He says, what's the pecking order in the backfield? See, and that's where I tell you a lot of times, national people will never be able to come close more often than not to us local people that cover the team. Because if you really understood it, the running game, it's not about one guy. It won't be the Chase, bell cow move here. It's not going to be the Mostert bell cow move. It's not going to be the Sony Michel bell cow move here. It's all going to be who's got the hot hand, who's the better situational running back for this moment. And he left out Alec Ingold too in the whole thing, because he left out the fullback. So for me, running game, of course it's important, but it's not important on one guy, because it's a committee thing. So there is no pecking order at times. That's just the way it's going to be. So for me, what's that third thing that you guys look at? For me, it's actually Mike Gesicki. Because if you can block, that's fantastic. If you can run, that's great. I know Tyreek and Waddle, I know they're going to catch passes. But in this offense, in general, the tight end needs to block a little bit more. but he also is featured in this offense. So I know Gesicki will be able to do the offensive stuff, like running routes, but how much will he fit in the running game? Because if he is a detriment to the running game, then he's not going to be a fit. And that's something that I think they want to find out early on, because if not, then they know situationally they might have to lean more to Smythe, and maybe even Hunter Long gets an opportunity because he's considered more of a blocker than Gesicki is. And then to Gesicki's defense now, okay, because, you know, most of us count him out when it comes to blocking, but it's up to him now. Can he be a better blocker than he's ever shown us? Can he do things we don't expect him to do? So for me, Mike Gesicki is one that would be my third thing. Yeah, Tua. Yeah, offensive line. And yeah, I need to know if Mike Gesicki fits. They need to know if Mike Gesicki fits, because they're going to want to have to pay him by the end of the year. That's why they've got cap space. One of the many reasons why they have cap space, and they've been very responsible in that sense. So if Gesicki is balling, if Gesicki does fit, then you give him the contract. If he doesn't, and you know, you're going to have to hope that Smythe or Long can fit into it, or if not, you're going to go fishing in the offseason for another tight end. There you go. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Realm text line. There you go. What else do we have here? Oh, I got to tell you, this is one story that didn't get me by surprise, because I kind of expected it in a way. And that's because it's, I mean, what are you going to do? It's kind of where we were headed anyways as a society. And soccer is growing in our country. It's always been a niche sport, still is a niche sport, but it's growing to the point that, I'm not saying the MLS, but I'm saying soccer in general has become a real, you know, a sport that way more people, especially young people, they follow in the sport, you know? And so it's one of those deals where soccer's growing, but hockey's a niche sport. And what used to be a major sport, I don't believe is a major sport anymore, and that's baseball. The seam heads might tell you something different. They might tell you that they think that baseball is, you know, a major sport. I don't, not anymore. Young people don't follow baseball anymore. And you've even lost older people because of the way the game is played nowadays. So Major League Baseball, okay, has actually suffered in attendance. They have now lost more. They went down another 1.5% in attendance. So baseball, what's it called? Cannot gain audience, and they don't know how to gain audience. They don't know how to promote their game to young people. They don't know how to make it attractive to young people, but they certainly know how to make it unattractive to everyone. It's amazing. Even your older fans that supported your sport, you're even losing some of them now. You know how many people I run into that are my age and they say, you know, I love baseball, but damn, dude, it's just a strikeout or a home run. There's not much to the game anymore. And people get tired, you know? And this is what's come out of it. That every year, or it's been a constant decline of attendance. And it just does not go up. And because they just don't know how to figure this thing out, man. It's really amazing. I feel bad that to me, this is one of the great sports of all time. It's a great mental sport. It's a really fun sport to go with your family and friends. It's a great bonding sport because hockey, basketball, and football are nonstop, right? And you don't really get to socialize as much. You're high-fiving and oh, great play. Oh, shitty play. Oh my God, I can't help it. It's quick. And then you're off to the next play, right? Oh, the puck's moving, the ball's moving, right? You're done. Baseball, it's a pitch, and then you got another 30 seconds, 45 seconds to the next pitch, and there's pitching changes, and there's time in between innings, and there's so much time to talk to your mom and dad, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your husband, your wife, your best friend, whatever, your business partner. You could actually go to a baseball game and talk business while you're watching the game. It is a fantastic bonding sport. It really is. It's a it was more of a cerebral sport when I was younger because you were actually using the running game and you were bunting and you were moving players over and there were double switches. And so it was a little bit more of a mental game and more of a chess game than it used to be. But that was the other thing that was attractive about baseball is the chess game that you're playing. Which pieces are you going to use on the chessboard? To move that runner over or whatever, these kind of things. And to watch how baseball is now losing fans every year. 21 of the 30 clubs, their attendance has gone down. And overall, as a sport, the attendance is down 1.6%. I mean, the peak for baseball, I don't know if you guys know this, but it was like, I want to say it was like 83, 84, 85, one of those years. It was like, I don't know how many million watching. And now it's like a seventh of it, a fraction of the amount of people that were watching in the mid 80s are watching now. It has changed. And I feel cheated. Is what I feel with baseball, because I don't feel it did what was best for the sport and to help it grow. And I think kids have been unfortunately cheated out of a great sport because it's so unattractive and boring to them that they do not gravitate whatsoever to baseball. And what a shame, because it is just a fantastic sport. Boss B says, I don't like interleague. That's the least of their concerns. But I do understand your whole interleague thing because it was special when they met, where you're kind of taking that away now because now you're playing against the other league, but that's kind of been normal, So, Perfect Q says, soccer doesn't require rare height, strength, or speed. It does require stamina, which most normal human beings can achieve through conditioning. Well, we can all play soccer, but it does require speed. It does require strength. It does require height because you can use those things to your advantage. If you're faster at dribbling through traffic, that's going to be an advantage. If you're taller around the box, well, on set pieces, that's going to be an advantage. I don't know if you really follow soccer, Perfect Q, or you just kind of threw that out and just like, hey, let me pull it out of my ass and maybe it'll stick. But no, that's not sticking at all here on this show. No. You got to have talent. And sometimes the talent is height. Sometimes your talent is speed. Sometimes your talent is strength. Okay? You watch the young kid for Orlando that we should have drafted. You look at the strength of that kid. He's a beast, dude. He's like He's like a middle linebacker that you got to get out of the way, If you watch Brian McBride back in the day, he wasn't necessarily fast, but his height gave the U.S. an advantage around the box because he could play in the air on set pieces. By the way, we really haven't replaced him. Yeah, we have not replaced Brian McBride. Brian, if you're watching, we still haven't replaced you, buddy. Nobody plays in the air like you used to, at least. So I disagree with you there on Perfect Q. I don't know if you're really a soccer fan or you're kind of a soccer disser, so you just kind of threw that out there, but that don't fly, brother. Baseball requires the knowledge and patience of fans much more than any other major sport. It also lacks the fast pace and action intrigue compared to other sports. Yes, which affects younger people because they don't have patience. They don't have the patience to acquire the knowledge. And again, they love the action-packed, constant moving, shiny objects. And in baseball, it does slow down. And that's something that's just not good. That's why I say it's a great sport to bond. It's a fantastic sport to bond. It's my favorite sport to bond because you can really hang out with somebody and enjoy the game and enjoy great conversation at the same time. It's pretty cool. The Marlins have 2 rings in the last 27 years, and no one cares, but we will all line up to support the Dolphins. Well, there's a huge difference, Jesse M. You left out the huge difference. The Dolphins try to win every year. That's why. And so that's why people still support. Because in this town, believe it or not, they're going to support you if you at least try. And if you win and entertain, you don't even have to win a title. They'll support you. The Heat, it's not like they're winning a title every year, but they always get support because they always win, and they're always trying to win. The Panthers are now starting to get the support they're getting. Why? Because people are realizing they're always trying to win. The Marlins never try to win. Why would you support something that never tries to win? That's all. And the 2 championships are all Dave Dombrowski, dude. So let's cut the shit. Dombrowski built 97, and he built 2003 with the fire sale. It wasn't because Jeffrey Lurie was trying to win. He ran into dumb luck. A whole bunch of young guys had career years, and all he needed was to sprinkle a couple veterans in like Pudge, Pierre, Redmond, and one of the middle relievers. I forgot his name now. That's it. Urbina. And it was a stupid trade because you traded Adrian Gonzalez. And in hindsight, nobody cares because you won the title. But if you wouldn't have won the title that year, you would have hated to trade Ugueth Urbina for Adrian Gonzalez. So really, those 2 titles, Jesse M., it's because of one of the greatest GMs to ever, ever, ever be in Major League Baseball in Dave Dombrowski. The guy's a monster. Just the best I've ever seen. Period. End of story. Never seen a better GM in baseball ever than Dave Dombrowski. My lifetime. Okay? My lifetime. That's the best ever. So, what's going on, Big O? I listen to the podcast replay every single day at work. Makes my first 3 hours of my shift go so smooth. Thank you, brother. Well, you'll thank us today because we're giving you 4 hours today because it's 2:01 now. And we thank Cameron Wolfe, Manny Navarro, Omar Kelly, George Richards, and Anthony Chang for joining us on the program. If you missed any of those, you can rewind. And, of course, listen to the podcast. Appreciate all of you out there. Make sure you smash the like button on your way out. It is very important. Make sure you find our other channel, Big O Show Cuts. And like that, we need to get subscribed there. Please subscribe to Big O Show Cuts. We need to get that to 1,000 subscribers. Please help us there. It's very important that you get us to 1,000 subscribers. Extremely important that you get us to 1,000 subscribers over on that one, okay? So thank you all out there. And, of course, Sean Stanley, who masters this program every single day. We will see all of you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a great one.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.